Hello everybody, I hope you're all enjoying your wonderful Friday morning or evening, whichever part of the world that you happen to be in today. It's been a pretty uneventful day for me for the most part, except for some brief running around I had to do to get some monthly grocery shopping out of the way. But past that, it's been uneventful, like I said. And today, we are going to be starting the first out of 3 arcs for Higurashi When They Cry Ho-Rei. And Saikoroshi-hen, turns out, is required reading before we can actually finish the Higurashi When They Cry console arcs. Because apparently the conclusion arc in there requires that I read this arc, along with a few other ones I've already covered. So I have to take a brief detour over here to Rei so we can check out Saikoroshi-hen. And then once we get that done, we are going to backtrack back to the console arcs, finish those off, and then veer back over to Rei once again and cover the other 2 arcs, and then go from there. So we're going to be doing a little bit of back and forth for a bit, but yeah, it is what it is. So, without any further ado, let's begin. So, I already went ahead and modded my copy of Rei, so it will graphics-wise be comparable to everything that I've covered up to this point. Sans the very first chapter of Higurashi, of the main story. And I think it'd be... I don't really have anything more to say on that here, because it would just be plain jarring if I had to go to either the manga gamer sprites or look, or even the original look. But fortunately, 07th Mod was here to the rescue, and they've got all of Rei and Hope Plus covered on their modding tools, so we are going to have some nice, pretty consistent graphics all throughout. So, Saikoroshi, the worst option. This is a tale of Furude Rika reaching the summer of 1983. Her power allows her to choose one of many worlds, but is this world truly the best one for her? The difficulty here is malicious, for all you dear connoisseurs who prefer it that way. I do like me a challenge, very much so, yes, so give it to me. Bread rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that they preferred bread. God descend down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, water shall rain down. I know that feeling all too well. This is a work of fiction. A resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. I also noticed that little thing was, I guess, written or quoted by Fredrika Bernkestel. The cicada's chorus had been growing increasingly lively. The strange weather during that never-ending June had been hot enough to make us feel like summer had come early. But even so, it was still only June. Once we got closer to the summer in July, the season graced us with even more summery weather. Today, to fulfill my dream, we all went to play at the swimming pool. Hey, we just got done covering a whole arc about that. And let me tell you, it was wild. I miss it already. The dream might have seemed humble at first, but I didn't have to look back on the 100 years' journey it took to achieve it anymore. It took 100 years in order to get a fan service episode. Totally worth it. Still, I decided I shouldn't forget about it. For many people, this was a perfectly ordinary day. But for me, it had taken so many years of wandering just to get here that it made me feel faint. I know there's gotta be no way that they're actually referencing the events of the previous arc here, but to me it's just funny to think about that it could very well be the case. Considering that they're mentioning a pool, swimming at a pool and all that. I'll just mark it as part of my own personal headcanon. And remembering made this seemingly average, regular life fill me with such profound happiness. I recognize this place. We all playing baseball today? Cute enough to take home? Wait a minute, are they actually referencing the previous arc? You're shitting me. Oh, that's just perfect. I love it. I absolutely love it. Higurashi is canon. Hardy har har, very funny. ESPN001, hey, welcome to the stream. We're just starting Saikoroshi, and as it turns out, Higurashi, I misremembered the name for a second. Higurashi is canon. See? They're talking about the swan trunks. Sadako smiled at me, looking for my agreement. So I sent her back just a brilliant smile, expressing just how much fun all the romping about today had been. As we all reminisced on our romp at the pool today, we got on our bikes and started on our way home. Hinamizawa didn't have any pools, so we'd gone to a public pool in Okinomiya. Well, yeah, it was said that Higurashi would take place right before this arc. Yeah, you're right. As a matter of fact, it did say that, didn't it? I wonder if that means that they were both written by the same person, then. I'll have to look into that later. There was an elevation difference between the two communities, and while going downhill had been very pleasant, we had a long trip upward on our way back. Pedaling uphill on a bike is always such a pain in the ass. For Hinamizawa children at the zenith of their energy, it wasn't much of a chore, but we naturally fell silent as we quietly pedaled up the hill. Seeing everyone so silent made me want to screw things up somehow. Just don't roll downhill, whatever you do. It could be a long way down. Messing with Sako at times like these was so much fun for me that you could call it the very purpose of my existence. Oh, poor Sadako. Forever cursed. Wow, hey, look at that. We already got a nice little CG that we can use for the thumbnail. Okay. Gotta update it real fast. Okay, there we go. Okay, save as. Here we are. And let's go over here. Perfect. Much better. Both Higurashi originated as a 5-episode extra season of the anime called Season 2.5. Higurashi and this arc. Oh, that's interesting. I pedaled harder, caught up to Sadako's bicycle as she pedaled in silence, and gave her a nudge on the shoulder. What would you do if she rolled all the way downhill, Rika? Think of all the cuts, scrapes, and bruises she could get. After pretending to be mean to Sadako, I sped... What do you mean pretending? That was mean! Of course, she sped up too and chased after me. Retaliate, Sadako! Sadako struggled to somehow nudge me back, but I was no slouch either. Our speeds naturally increased, and we began to quickly pass the others in the group. Danger's my middle name, Reina. This was a public road, and cars sometimes came and went. But we lived here a long time, so we knew not many cars came around at this hour. Hey, there's always a chance they just might. Speaking of which... So when Sako said that, I thought she was just trying to distract me. Beep. Car horn. When I heard it, I realized Sako's warning wasn't a trick. But it was so sudden that I was overtaken with surprise. When I looked in front of me, the car was right there. I panicked and violently swung my handlebars. The motion was more than aggressive and sudden enough to throw me off balance. Oh dear. As my body lurched forward, I realized I was flying through the air. My nose caught a whiff of asphalt, telling me I was a moment away from being hurt. I heard Sadako shriek. No. The sensation I was experiencing was so unreal that I only could say I thought I heard her. I couldn't even figure out if the sight of the car coming toward me as I hurled through the air was real. But that absence of reality probably only lasted about 1 second. I wasn't even given the time to say, oops. I think I can see why they called the difficulty on this arc malicious. It's gonna be hard to do much of anything in this arc if I'm basically put in a body cast. Yikes. I heard the cries of Higurashi in the distance. In those cries dwelt such cool tenderness that I wanted to listen forever. Eventually, the silence was broken. The sound of many footsteps approached, pulling my mind back to reality. Suddenly, the cries of the Higurashi were gone. The cries filling the room were that of cicadas. I thought I'd been hearing Higurashi this whole time. Was that a dream? I was in a bed. I didn't recognize the ceiling. Speak for yourself. Where was I? The room was small, with an office desk and shelves full of medicine. I recognized the smell of that medicine, and the voices of children mixing with the cicadas' cries. I knew right away. I was at school. I was in bed at the nurse's office. What was there? What, was the Irie clinic closed or something? The door opened, and Chie appeared. Hey, Teach! I may look like a bit of a pretzel right now, but I got hit by a car, you see. You know how it goes. Behind her was Sadako and... Huh? My mind went blank. It was the face of someone who couldn't have been there. And who may that be?
大丈夫ですか、フルデさん。よかった。本当に心配しましたよ。もうすぐ診療所の先生が来てくれますからね。まだ横になっていてください。よかった。
Oh, hey! Saikoroshi! How you doing, my boy? You're not feeling particularly aggressive or homicidal right now, right?
本当に心配したよ。
My mind was still blank. Dazed, I kept staring at his face as he spoke words of concern. This person could not possibly be at school in 1983, and yet here he stands!
サトシ。大丈夫？まだ調子良くないみたいだね。先生が来てくれるまで横になっていなさい。それより、北条聡子さん、どこに隠れました？
Chie raised her voice and turned back towards the hallway before Sadako poked her face out, looking as though she was sulking.
私、そんなに強く投げてないもん。
Why is nobody acknowledging Satoshi? This whole thing feels very weird to me.
フルデさんが大げさなだけだもん。そんな謝り方はありません。ちゃんとフルデさんに謝りなさい。
I sensed something a little strange about Sadako's tone and mood. In any case, judging by situation, Sadako had done something to me, and as a result, I've been carried to the nurse's office. Yeah, she got into a semi-auto truck and basically body slammed me with it. Somehow. That's how it looked to me. But didn't I pass out after falling off my bike on the way home from Okinomiya with everyone? No, that's the cover story! Chie called Sadako in a firm voice. Chie called Sadako Sadako-san before Satoshi went missing. The only time there were two people named Hojo was when Sadako and Satoshi were both here together. We didn't travel back in time somehow, did we? 1983. Now that I think about it, don't the vast majority of the arcs actually take place in 1984? Because if I'm remembering that right, then I guess we have gone back in time a year, right? In other words, before June 1982. Okay, no, so 1982. Okay, that's when it happened. That's right, I remember now. Then, was this the past? Was I repeating everything again? Well, that'd be quite the plot twist if that were the case. Because here for the last two versions of the finale, the whole big problem that we were facing was that our time travel abilities were getting progressively weaker, and our ability to go backwards in time was getting impaired as a result as well, to the point to where the amount of jumps, how far along we could jump back would get progressively shorter. To the point to where if we didn't find a way to come out ahead, we would end up finding ourselves in a loop that we'd be completely unable to escape from. And now all of a sudden we've gone from that to suddenly jumping back a whole year? What on earth is going on here? I felt a chill start to crawl through me. I'd gone through all that hardship to get past June of 1983, and now the world had rewound to the past again. Yeah, but again, if that's indeed what happened here, how did I go back an entire year? Especially when my time-traveling powers should be weak by now. The dead end of June 1983 that I challenged for over 100 years, and finally broke through. Would I have to defeat it again? I certainly learned many things, and defeated my fate with certain willpower, but I was also saved by a lot of luck. Understatement of the century. There was no proof I could challenge June 1983 again and defeat it like I did last time. Which meant I was probably hit by that car in the bike accident and killed. If that's what actually happened, then holy shit. You end up working for over 100 years to finally escape your dreadful fate. You earn your happy ending, and then suddenly the future that you worked so hard for gets cut off from you in a manner such as this. Holy fucking shit. I don't think bad luck even begins to describe this. And just before dying, I had rejected death and rewound the world. The way that unrealistic memory cut off was definitely similar to when I'd rewound the world previously. Then, would I have to undertake a terribly long journey again? That can't be. The idea was infinitely terrifying. As it dawned upon me, I felt as though my vision was growing distant. I still hadn't fully understood just how terrifying this was just yet. Shock will do that to you.
謝らないとダメだよ。フルテさん、後ろからボールをぶつけてごめんなさいでした。だってぼんやり突っ立ってて邪魔だったんだもん。
Don't lie, you didn't throw a ball at me, you threw a truck at me. Saiko's apology was strange. It wasn't even an apology, really. It literally sounded like an excuse. She looked at Chie and Satoshi, wondering if that was enough. It didn't seem like Sadako had any intention of apologizing for throwing the ball at me. Well, we could always throw something right back at her. Like a chair or something. Because Sadako wasn't even looking at me. Not really. I wasn't. It was like I didn't belong in her world. She never treated me this coldly before. And before anything else, she's talking strangely. It didn't seem like the situation that had befallen me was a rewind to so far in the past that Saoshi was still around. Something else had happened, Something bizarre that I didn't understand. That's how I felt as I listened to the odd way Sadako was talking. She sounded far more normal than the Sadako I knew. Sadako made a face, like reading out a standard written apology was enough, then ran off into the hallway. I won't forget this, Sadako. One day, I will throw something at you straight back. And you're not gonna like it. But it will be an act of karma. Don't say I didn't warn you. I checked the clock. It was right in the middle of an afternoon break. She was probably rushing back to the schoolyard because she didn't want to miss any more playtime. As she turned her back on me and ran away, I suddenly felt very cold and sad. Speaking of very cold and sad, I'm thirsty. If the Sadako I knew had hurt me enough to put me in a nurse's office, she would have stayed with me the entire time. Her footsteps vanished before she even looked at me once. It didn't seem like she hated me. Well, she seemed indifferent, if anything. It felt like she wasn't even interested. What was happening? What year and what month was it right now anyway? Well, why don't we ask Satoshi? Hanyu was nowhere to be found. Despite wanting to know, no calendar or anything like one was nearby, so it didn't seem like I could find out right now. You've got Satoshi. You can always ask him. He's right there. Most normal people would give you a strange look if you asked what the year and month were, and I learned from my long journey that I had to be careful about that. Instead, I decided to push that question aside for the moment. Suit yourself.
ごめんね、リカちゃん。貞子には後でよく言っておくよ。
Just give me something throwable.
きっとリカちゃんが寂しそうにしてたんで遊びに誘ってあげたかったんだよ。ありがとうなのです。もう気にしてませんのでいいのですよ。
As Sadako's older brother, Satoshi, apologized in her stead. He seemed no different from the Satoshi I knew.
そう。じゃあ僕はもう行くから。ありがとうなのですよ、サトシ。うん。
We've not only gone back to a period where Satoshi is still around, but our relationships with both him and Sadako are noticeably different too. And again, I'm still questioning how this even happened in the first place, if our time travel abilities were already severely weakened before we even defeated Takuno. This doesn't make any sense to me. I need to figure out what date it is first, and then go from there. Sashi gave a little wave of his hand, turned, and left the nurse's office. A new set of footsteps approached in his place. From their pace and sound, it wasn't a child. It was probably Coach. Chie had called for him.
先生。急にお呼びしてしまってすみません。さっき意識が戻ったところなんです。
そうですかね。それはよかったよかった。
Well, that's definitely not Irie. It was a throaty voice. It wasn't Irie. The man who suddenly appeared was one I'd never seen in the clinic, or even at the Irie Institute. He was a large man with round curves, the exact opposite of Irie. Well, I can certainly tell you, going by his voice, he's definitely not Uushi. The stubble on his face made him seem rugged. He was so distinct that I wouldn't forget him even if I'd only met him once. And yet I had no recollection of him. But he was wearing a white robe. And Chie had called him the doctor from the clinic. So he must have been a doctor from the Irie clinic. A doctor we've never seen, that you've never seen before. You know what? Why don't you ask him which clinic he works at exactly? Because I'm curious about something. Does the Irie clinic exist in whatever world we happen to be in right now? Because whether it does or it doesn't might prove to be a very useful clue. But I'd never met him before.
Yeah, Rika-chan. Fainan datta na.
Why don't I lower the music just a smidge?
ボールがぶつかったのは後頭部。ちょっと見せてもらっていいかい？
Without waiting for an answer, the mountaineerish doctor felt around the back of my head. His fingers were uncultured, completely different from Irie's delicate hands.
今度は目を見せてくれるかい？大丈夫みたいだな。何か頭痛とかはするかい？酔うとか平衡感覚がおかしいとかあるかな？
I feel nauseous from Sako's active betrayal, yes.
ないのです。
多分大丈夫とは思いますけどね。念のため診療所に連れて行って脳波を見ましょう。まあ、わしの見たところ問題なしですな。
Is analyzing her brainwaves really necessary? The doctor laughed uproariously, spraying spittle everywhere. Jesus, Seiya, don't spray it! Chie gave a look of relief, too, as if that was a sign there were no problems.
そうですか。では、念には念ということで、よろしくお願いいたします。古出さん、先生と一緒に診療所に行ってきてください。
But I don't want him to keep spraying me with his spittle! Chie! At least use yourself as a human umbrella for my sake, if nothing else! Don't leave me alone with this guy!
午後の診療が始まる前に済ませてしまおう。
Liz25, hey, welcome to the stream. We are being introduced to a very unfamiliar doctor who doesn't have a sprite, but he seems mountaineerish, as was described by Rika, and he seems to have a bit of a spittle problem. He seems to spit every time he laughs, and I don't like it. He's getting me wet.
さあ、行こう。
The big doctor, acting too familiar for my tastes, pushed me out the door, and before I could fight my feeling of wrongness, I was taken out of the nurse's office. How dare you push me! What was this world? Sometimes the dice came up with strange numbers and caused little differences. But this was the first world that felt this wrong to me. Somebody ate the dice, didn't they? Who ate the dice? Did the dice rolls turn up something rare? After repeating this world for over 100 years, I thought I figured out pretty much every event, and yet this all felt so strange to me. There was something immeasurable about how strange it was, and I couldn't help but feel intensely anxious. I put my shoes on at the entrance before being taken to a parked car in front of the school gate. All the while I stared at the big man's back as he walked, racking my brains trying to remember him, but I couldn't come up with anything. No matter how much I thought back, I couldn't recall any man like this in the Mountain Dogs. much less the Irie Institute. If Saoshi were here, that meant it had to be before June 1982. Well, that's the thing, we don't know that for sure yet. We could still be in 1983 for all we know. Hanyu would always be there as soon as I woke up, and she'd tell me what was going on in that world. But in this world, I haven't seen Hanyu even once. Even my dog abandoned me. God truly has it out for me right now. The radiant sunlight, the annoying cicada cries, the lively voices of my classmates. I knew them all so well. But something was different. It almost made me sick. Hanyu, where am I? What kind of world is this? Hanyu didn't answer me. Fine then. If I went home and opened a bottle of wine, she'd be sure to come rushing in. Not once had she ever allowed me a few elegant minutes to myself. Plot twist, you have no bottles of wine hidden anywhere in your home in this world. They'd all been confiscated. Oh yes, dodgeball. Dodgeball! Well, I guess that explains why Rika got hit in the head of a ball then, now that I think about it. But still, dodgeball! I saw several classmates playing a game of dodgeball! Mion and Reina were there in the crowd. Reina? Wait a minute! Reina shouldn't even be here, because Reina didn't really show up and became part of the club until after Saoshi disappeared. So this is another interesting little incongruity with what we already know from previous worlds. So, once again, I ask, did we really go back in time to 1982, or are we still in 1983? Any world where Reina was present was later than April 1982. And Saoshi disappeared from the village in June 1982. The only time Reina and Saoshi could be here at the same time was a short span from April to June of 1982. It didn't seem like I'd gone as far into the past as I'd feared. But I still had to repeat the June of 1983. That hadn't changed. Did I have to complete those long, difficult days of nothing but strife yet again? Teaming up with my friends, trusting each other, grappling with our suspicions of each other, believing in miracles, and fighting alongside everyone. And all the coincidences in the world to help save us. If you missed any one of those elements of the process, this world would end in horrific tragedy. I'd gone past this dead end before. This was the second time, so I understood a little of how to fight against Takano's group. So I probably wouldn't have to spend another whole 100 years. Even still, it would definitely take several of those years, if not dozens. But I never wanted to spend another day in that June of 1983 ever again. The despair I felt at reaching the goal once, then getting kicked back to the start. I'd offer you my drink, but I don't think it'd be strong enough for you. Not by a long shot. I got into the man's car, and as it bumped over the rough roads, I sorted out the situation I was in. Reina was there right before Saoshi disappeared. Remember chapter 5 when we had Shion's perspective? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. We saw Reina once while Shion was love-struck. Well, thank God I got you to remind me of these little details. Huh, guess I was mistaken. That day in July 1983, I went to have a good time at the pool with everyone, and on the way home, there was an accident, and I died. And right before dying, I used the power I never thought I'd have to use again to turn back time once more. Seriously, you give us the most ridiculous fan service episode for this whole entire series, and then immediately after you follow up with this. Like, this feels like a very intentional kick to the nuts. Can't say I'm a big fan of it, to be honest. This world was probably in June of 1982. It was considerably hot, so the Watanegashi festival couldn't be far off. That meant the countdown to Saoshi's disappearance had already begun. Earlier in the nurse's office, he'd given me kind and considerate words, but an unyielding darkness would have been starting to take control of his heart. His fear of his inescapable terminal illness's footsteps. I thought back to how the Hojo siblings had looked in the nurse's office, and to Sadako and Satoshi's everyday sibling relationship. It would cease to be an everyday thing in just another few days or weeks. Sadako's somewhat cold treatment of me had hurt, but when I remembered that, I felt pity for her. Sadako. For now at least, treasure that time. Your relationship with Satoshi is limited. That cruel fact hadn't been overruled a single time in any of these 100 years of worlds. In other words, it was inevitable. I could only sympathize with the fate awaiting Sadako now. Eventually, the Irie clinic came into view. Every time I saw it, I was struck by its magnificence. It was almost too much for Hinamizawa. Let me see the sign of the clinic and see if it actually says Irie Clinic. But this time, the clinic building felt a little dull, as though affected by the sadness coloring my heart. Since when has this series held back its gut punches? More like, well, it never held back the gut punches, but this case feels like a nut punch, if anything. The car came to a stop in the employee parking lot near the back entrance.
歩けるかい？具合は大丈夫かな？
全然平気なのです。検査なんて大げさなのですよ。
頭はその場では何もなくても、後から突然来ることもあるから怖いんだ。
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, seriously, it's not like as though that dodgeball hit me at terminal velocity or something, right?
きっちり検査しような。何事もなければ午後の授業には戻れるよ。
This is the first time I met this strange doctor, but he didn't seem unreliable. Maybe the cloudiness of my expression made me look like I was worried my injury was serious, and that was why he tried to cheer me up. His attempt at encouragement was off base. But for now, I told myself that he wasn't a bad person, at least. The air inside the clinic smelled unfamiliar to me. Well, at least this thing looks familiar to me. Inside, it was the same clinic as the one I knew. But something was different. On the whole, it felt all old. Like I'd find cobwebs if I looked. And I recognized none of the nurses we passed. None of them, huh? The only people I knew were some elderly villagers chatting as they watched TV in the waiting room.
あんで、リカちゃんじゃねえの。どうしちゃったの？風邪？
校庭で飛んできたボールが後頭部に当たったんですよ。一応脳波を見ておこうと思いましてね。
頭は怖いからね。でも若いんだからボールの一つや二つ平気平気。
That definitely would be true for sure if I were Keiichi. After all, there's really nothing in there to rattle. The old people laughed aloud, as though rubbing some spit on the bump would fix it. I don't need your spit. I don't need any spit right now, but this doctor won't stop giving it to me! Something about their behavior was strange, too. The people I knew would get out their beads, start praying, and make a big fuss just because I got a bump on the head. Now that you mention it, you're right. Maybe they'd say 1 or 2 balls is fine because you're young, if I were a normal child. But for me in particular, in Hinamizawa, that was impossible. This all seemed very wrong. Something huge, something I couldn't ignore, was different about this world.
さあ、リカちゃん。入って入って。
After the large man went straight into the examination room, he called me in. The Queen Carrier had come for an examination, and the next logical step was that Irie, the director, would appear. But he hadn't appeared yet. The discomfort I'd been feeling this whole time got even stronger. And then, I spotted something odd. Is it a calendar? It was a notice from the hospital, hung in the waiting room. Please be sure to bring your insurance card on your first checkup of the month. Takano Clinic? Well, there you go. I knew I was right to be suspicious about the name. Didn't think it'd be Takano Clinic, though. So, I guess in this... Wait. Now that I think about it... This whole clinic was initially in the background set up here to be directed by Takano, but they ended up choosing Irie as the director instead because of some political mumbo jumbo, right? And that was pretty much and they had to do that here, otherwise Takano would have been in charge of the clinic. I vaguely remember that being mentioned somewhere. Did that not happen in this world? Interesting. Huh? Takano? Clinic? I looked around at the other notices hung about the waiting room. All of them had Takano Clinic written at the end. Not a single one said Irie Clinic. Where am I? Well, we're certainly not in Kansas, I can tell you that much. Certainly not in the land of Oz either.
Rika-chan, どうぞ。時間ないから早く入って。
I heard the man's deep voice from the examination room again. I ignored him and burst out of the front entrance. Why? Because I wanted to know. To know the name of this clinic. Takano Clinic. It looked exactly like the Irie clinic I knew. But there it was. The answer to why everything felt so out of place.
ここどこよ
I could feel the strength drain from my body. My legs gave out and I sat. For a while, I stared dumbly up at the name that was inexplicably different. I'm not sure how long I stayed like that. Eventually, the big doctor from before and a nurse came running out. They asked me if I suddenly felt sick, and if I didn't answer, they would annoyingly get even more concerned. So, somewhat offhandedly, I lied that I felt a little dizzy for a moment. But they must have thought the vertigo pointed to a symptom of something. They picked me up and brought me into the examination room, hooked me up to an EEG terminal, and told me to rest.
本当に何でもないのです。めんどくさそうだったので逃げちゃおうと思ったら転んでしまっただけなのですよ。
何でもないかは医者が決める。わしがいいと言うまでそこに横になっていなさい。
Who died made you king, Doc?
いいかね。
I felt like the more I tried to say, the more complicated things would get. So for now, I decided to play along so I could get out of here. There.
先生、入江というお医者はいますか？
何？誰だって？
入江です。
入江？それはリカちゃんの主治医かい？どこの病院だい？
I guess that's a definite no then. We're getting nowhere. Is Irie not in this world? Compared to everything the other adults like Akasaka and Kasai did during the long battle of June 19, Irie's presence might have seemed to matter little, but it was extremely important that he was around. Without his determination to sever the chain of sadness created by Hinamizawa syndrome, there was essentially no way for Hinamizawa to break free of its 1,000-year curse. And Irie wasn't here. Plus, Irie was my only ally who knew I was the Queen Carrier. That ally was gone. The strange way Sadako was talking, the absence of my only ally from Tokyo, Irie. No doubt some unpleasant die had landed on one. Then despite my ally Irie not being here, was Takano still behind everything? When you get one bad roll, you get a bunch more.
高野先生はずいぶん前にお亡くなりになられてるよ。
Dr. Takano?
この村にこんな立派な診療所を建てられた功績を称えてね。その名を診療所名に残してるんだよ。わしはお会いしたことはないんだが、大変立派な先生だったという話だよ。
立派な先生ですか。
Will the occult-obsessed Takano ever be praised as a splendid doctor? Well, by kinky individuals, she might. And she passed away a while ago? So we're talking about... So we're not talking about her grandfather then, but her and Takano herself. For sure. Interesting. When I looked around the examination room, I found a picture of some old people hanging in a frame. On it was written, founder and first director, Hifumi Takano. He founded this clinic in this world? Hifumi Takano? Wasn't that the man Takano looked up to, who she called her grandfather? He was the first one to discover the Hinamizawa syndrome, but nobody accepted his theories about it, and he passed away in despair. Takano had understood his chagrin, and eventually made a big decision, then began to build a future so stable you could call it fate. That Takano?
鳥の鷹の鷹野さん？高い低いの鷹野先生じゃなくて？わしは知らんがね。看護師さんにもいないし、わしが来る前に辞めた古い看護師さんかね？
Well, she went under a different name before being adopted by Hifumi. Can't remember what it is, though.
違うと思います。
Just because he doesn't recognize anyone else here working under the name Takano does not necessarily mean that she's not present. She could just be going under a different name, for all we know. That's my point.
若い女なのです。
うちにはそんな人はおらんがね。そんな看護師さんがいたら、ぜひうちに勤めてもらいたいね。
The man guffawed with delight. He certainly didn't look like he was lying. He was speaking the truth. Then even Takano is gone. Irie was absent. Takano was absent. The Irie Institute didn't have its director or vice director. What did that all mean? Who was the director then? Oh, and what about the mountain dogs? The Irie Institute was, at its heart, a research institution. Without them acting as its hands and feet, it couldn't exist.
おこのぎ造園という造園屋さんはありますですか？
え？造園屋さん？さあね。造園屋さんにご縁があったことはないからね。ちょっとわかりかねるけど、それはどこの業者さん？
沖宮に事務所があったと思いましたです。
なら後で電話帳で調べてみたらいい。個人では載せない人もいるけど、会社とかなら大抵は載ってると思うがね。
Could the Irie Institute not exist in this world? Well, I think the fact that it's called the Takano Clinic was pretty much the biggest clue right there. That's the case. Miyoko Tanashi. Yeah, thanks. That was it. Yeah, thanks for refreshing my memory. That would mean this world didn't have a dead end. At all? As far as we know. I couldn't figure anything out. Which dice were showing 1 and which were showing 6? Or was the stranger part the dots on the dice themselves? The game board I was a piece on now, and the game board I knew. Were they different? Let's be a little more optimistic. Was it possible that Tokyo hadn't chosen Irie, but this man instead? Then would this man know I was the Queen Carrier? If he did, then a number of things would fall into place. The prudence of giving me a brain scan after just getting knocked over by a ball to the head? Wasn't that because he knew I was special? That I was the Queen Carrier? Certainly not the impression I'm getting from how he's been treating us. Then was this man playing the role of Irie in this world? I looked at the name tag on the robe he put on after coming into the room and read the name.
Yamamoto.
It was a natural response. It seemed the name Yamamoto wasn't a problem. Was this Yamamoto person the director of the Irie Institute? Or rather, the Yamato Institute? Yamamoto, excuse me. It was also possible that he'd crowned this clinic with the Takano name in commemoration of him, succeeding Hifumi Takano's research.
山本はHinamizawa症候群のことはわかりますか？
Hinamizawa なんだって？
僕が女王感染者だとかわかりますか？
女王様？リカちゃんじゃまだお姫様ってところだな。将来は女王様になりたいのかい？そりゃでっかい夢だね。はい、OK。もう外していいよ。
I don't think we're a queen anything in this world, Rika. I learned from just that short exchange that Yamamoto had nothing to do with the Hinamizawa syndrome. There were a few people unconnected to Tokyo in the Yuri Institute, too. But they were only a small handful of nurses and office workers. And besides, the Queen Carrier was currently in the clinic. Anyone connected to the Hinamizawa syndrome would have come rushing to me. Yamamoto had rushed to me, but he didn't know I was the Queen Carrier. What did that mean? I listened hard to try and catch the sound of Irie's indiscreet laughter, but all I heard was the TV in the waiting room and the motor of the goldfish aquarium. That maid-obsessed man, with his ulterior motives during checkups, was nowhere to be seen in the examination room. Made in heaven! It was simply uncomfortable, and smells of dust and medicine made me feel unpleasant. Now I knew. This really wasn't a clinic I knew. It wasn't just a strange feeling anymore. It was a clear fact now. Yamamoto left for a moment, then came back and told me there was nothing wrong with my readings.
具合が悪いところがないなら学校にもう戻ってもいいよ。もうすぐ午後の診療が始まっちゃうから送ってあげられないけど大丈夫かな？
Nice of you to offer.
一人で学校まで行けるかい？みーじゃはいかいいえかわかんないよ。どっちだい？はい、
大丈夫です。一人で学校に戻れますです。
そうか。じゃあもう行きなさい。千恵先生には学校にこれから戻ると電話しておくよ。
When I saw Yamamoto pick up the phone on the table, I spotted a tabletop calendar next to it. Finally, a calendar! Let me guess, does the date actually say 1983? June, Showa, 58! Oh, dang! We're in 1958? Showa 58. What was that in AD again? The Pacific War. Okay, so it's okay. I'll let you explain it to me because clearly I'm missing something here. I'm missing some context. The Pacific War ended in Showa 20, which was 1945. Okay, 58 minus 20. So that's 38. I'm bad at borrowing, but luckily I don't need it. 58 minus 20 equals 38. Yes, 38 plus 20 is definitely 58. Then if you add 38 to 1945, 45 plus 40 plus 38, 1983. We're in 1983. Is 83? It's 1983? Called it! June? Wasn't that the same period of time I had just been living in? But... Huh? That's impossible. In 1983, Satoshi is here? And Eri isn't here. Takano isn't here. Sayako is acting strangely, And even Hanyu was gone. Where am I? Well, it appears to me that we are not so much in an alternate version of the world that we know from the past, but rather a completely parallel world that's different in a number of key ways to our own. If that makes any sense. It's not that we went back in time, but rather we went sideways. Hanyu, I know you're wasting time somewhere. Get over here if you're ows and tell me what kind of world this is. I walked through downtown on my way back to school. All the storefronts were familiar. Nothing had changed. But for some reason, there were less people and more stores with their shutters closed. This apparent state of decline reminded me of New Year's or New Year's Eve. It was a strange sight during the season when you could hear cicadas crying. I barely passed anyone, and even when old people walked by, they didn't talk to me. Normally, if I met an old person in the middle of the day like this, they'd ask if I had a cold and was staying home from school, or they'd start rubbing their prayer beads and saying weird things. There was none of that. Just like the old people in the clinic, they reacted with disinterest. I wasn't in the mood for it anyway, so I was thankful they didn't do any of that. But there was already a heap of oddities before me, and I couldn't help but feel like it was growing even bigger. Afternoon break was long over by the time I got back to school, and it was now time for afternoon classes. I went through the entrance and changed into my slippers. And then I noticed another strange thing. There were a lot of empty shoe cubbies. Much smaller school body, huh? Empty was different from absent. Anyone enrolled would leave their either slippers or regular footwear in their locker, no matter what. If neither were present, that meant they weren't in this class to begin with. Sometimes people took their slippers home to wash during the weekends. But any lockers being empty during the day was unthinkable. I counted. A little over 10 pairs of shoes. Jesus, where'd everybody go? That was only half of how many people were in the school I knew. Everything was so messed up. I had no idea what was going on. I steeled myself and opened the classroom door. Everyone turned around to look at me. There truly were only half of the familiar classmates there, and they weren't absent, because only half as many seats were actually in the classroom.
Furude-san, 着席してください。はいはい、皆さん。授業中ですよ。ドリルに集中して。
Chie clapped her hands. Everyone looked back down at their desks and workbooks, ignoring me altogether. My seat. Saoshi was sitting at the desk next to Sadako's. That didn't seem to be my seat. Then where was it? Soon, I found an open seat, looking small and quiet in the back near the window. Definitely got the protagonist's seating arrangements, that's for sure. I could tell from the pattern of the floor cushion with my disaster hood on it. That seemed to be Rika Furude's seat in this world. It was in the corner, as though the classroom had forgotten about it. There were no desks, no seats next to it, nobody would see it when looking at the blackboard. In a place where I wouldn't block anyone's view, whether or not I wasn't here. That seat was almost symbolic of how I'd been feeling ever since I awoke. I sat down and took out my workbook. Then, pretending to study, I looked around the classroom. Mion Sonozaki was here. She didn't seem very different. Reina Ryugu was here too. The way she was helping the child in the next seat over with his work was very like her. Sadako and Satoshi were studying together as friendly siblings. Satoshi, being the older brother, was teaching her things, but Sadako looked disgruntled, and his words went in one ear and out the other. To me, it was almost like she didn't hate studying. She just didn't like their roles being reversed, since she looked after him at home and made me smile a little. I still felt a tiny pain in my chest from Sako's cold treatment of me in the nurse's office, but as far as I could tell by looking at her individually, she seemed totally normal. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong in there. When Sadako was with Satoshi, she was often gloomy because of problems at home or their aunt's abuse, so they were acting like normal siblings. And though I knew it was rude to Sadako, that felt wrong. You know the universe is truly messed up when Sadako actually has good shit going on in her life. When things are going right for her. I'm sorry. But if Sadako had a normal life, that was fine. Whoops. Hit my desk. The bigger shock, though, was the absence of the most important person in our group of friends. Keiichi. I looked around the room several times for him, but he wasn't here. Keiichi Maebara wasn't here. Now you know we're in some kind of hell world if we don't have the magician of words present. I made multiple excuses, like I wasn't seen right, or he happened to be absent today. But even the list of students on cleaning duty hanging on the wall didn't have Keiichi's name on it. Everyone in the class would have had their names on there, but Keiichi's wasn't. Keiichi Maebara did not exist in this classroom, even though it was June of 1983 in this world. I see. On rare occasions, there would be a world where Keiichi hadn't moved here. It wasn't the first time, but it was a sad thing. Keiichi was an important key to crushing the fate of June 1983. If he wasn't on the game board, then this game was predetermined to be a loss. Well, here's the thing. We've already basically confirmed we're in 1983 in June. But how do we really know that we're still playing a game, so to speak? Despite how weird this all is. But was this even a game at all? I swear I did not read any of this shit ahead of time, chat. Apparently, Rika and I are mentally synced right now on at least a few things. No Irie, no Takano, no signs of the Institute from Tokyo researching Hinamizawa syndrome. If none of them were here, didn't that mean there was nobody at all to fight? Well, but on the reverse side, though, to be fair, while I have yet to see any evidence that we're still in a game, a game of fate, so to speak, That doesn't necessarily mean that we aren't actually in one. It could also be true that we are actually in one, but the opponents that we're fighting against here is actually different. But if that's the case, then that raises the obvious question as to who exactly are we fighting here, or what. But until I have some kind of clue as to what's going on either way, I can't even begin to guess. If I didn't need to fight, then, in a sense, Keiichi's absence wasn't an issue. Actually, in this case, June 1983 wasn't fated to be a dead end, and... In other words, in this world, the 1,000 dice all turned up ones. And that changed that absolute fate Takano had constructed for certain willpower into something else? I had no idea what was that what. Could this world even be explained by what dots came up on the dice? Where am I? Someone, tell me. Obviously unable to focus during class, my head was filled with the listless cries of the cicadas and the feeling of being put out of place that I couldn't get rid of. Thankfully, Mion was still class president. For some reason, that was a relief. Oh. Was there even a club in this world? Good question. If I could receive the baptism of those crazy club games, maybe it would clear my feelings a little. On days we had club, she'd always call all the members right when school ended. Expecting that, I stayed in my seat as everyone ran out into the hallway. Sako was one of those who dashed out. She was flying headlong toward the entrance, jostling the other kids her age. Saoshi left too, following behind her. Mion and Reina talked to each other as they got ready to leave. Houston, I don't think we're going to have any club games tonight. As far as it looked, we didn't have club. Club was annoying at times, but I yearned for it so much now. Was there no club in this world? As I started to feel lonely, I saw a grin spread across Mion's face before she and Reina approached me. Normally that grin would look gross, but when Mion did it, it didn't feel bad. Our eyes met. Thank goodness. And you're going to subvert her expectations by bullying her, right? No idea. I'm just making wild guesses here. Even this world had after-school club it was supposed to. Had the, excuse me.
Hey, Rika-chama. お帰りになる前にちょいといい？部活なのですか?
For the first time since coming to this world, I smiled. I had no idea what was going on in this world, so having one of my hopes come true made me very happy. For the moment.
違うよ。明日の日直でしょ? はい、これ日誌ね。で、部活って。なんだ、リカちゃんも私の部に入りたいの?
Your club? So there is a club. I gleaned two things from Mion's few words. One, that I still wasn't a club member. The other was that, even so, the club still existed. For me, right now, that was an incredibly happy thought.
ならばフルでリカ。 君に我が部への入部を許可しよう。みーちゃんおかしい。
Reina laughed like it was a funny joke. But why?
ただリカちゃんとは同じ部になれても部活動は一緒にはできないんだよね。どうしてなのですか？だってリカちゃんちと私たちんち方向違うじゃない？
Okay, I'm not following, but go on. Oh. When Mion said her club, she probably meant the club of not having a club. The going home club. And she must have been saying we went home in different directions, which is why I couldn't do club activities. Going home together. With her. In other words, the club doesn't exist in this world either.
みーちゃん、その部活動たまにはリカちゃんと一緒でもいいんじゃないかな。逆方向じゃん。たまにはいいんじゃないかな。
After I realized I'd have to go home all alone, Reina said she'd leave school with me. That kind of consideration was just like the Reina I knew so well. We didn't have club, but Mion and Reina were still Mion and Reina.
私は悪いけどパスするわ。チャキチャキ直帰しておじさんとこバイト行かないとなんないんで。
Well, at least your job at your uncle's toy shop is still the same.
そっか。じゃあ帰宅部の放課後活動は私とリカちゃんの2人でしよっか。ありがとうです、レナ。
The three of us headed for the entrance. Our outdoor shoes were the only ones left.
僕が知っているより上履きの数が少ないのです。
Yes, I decided to naturally mention it. Reina responded right away.
寂しいけど仕方ないよね。よらば大樹、長いものにはぐるぐるってとこさね。そんじゃ悪いけど私はこのまま失礼させてもらうわ。じゃレーナ、リカちゃんのエスコートお願いね。
She has the I in the name Reina. Even that's different, huh?
レイナ。何？なんでもないです。
Apparently, this Reina doesn't mind icky things, which is why she's got the I in her name. We have icky Reina. Reina was the kind Reina I knew, but her name wasn't Reina. Reina. That was Reina's real name, but in the worlds I knew, she'd thrown it aside. Which meant she hadn't given up being Reina? Or her path leading to today was different from the worlds was different than the one in the worlds I knew? I knew Reina hated herself because she considered herself responsible for her mother's divorce. And as she'd messed up both her life and herself, she would have decided to part ways with that old self, start over, and rename herself Reina. But that didn't happen? Apparently not. That wasn't the only thing I learned from this conversation either. Regarding the number of people in the class, when I mentioned there weren't many people, they acted like there was a reason. That meant the current number of students in this world hadn't been that way from the start. It had decreased to this number. So why did that decrease, then? Mion ran off, and Reina and I left school together. When we went across the schoolyard, I saw Sadako fooling around playing tag.
さとこちゃんを見てるの？み
Her name was different, but she still picked up on these things quickly.
さとこちゃんも悪気があってボールをぶつけたんじゃないと思うよ。許してあげて。ね、別にどうとも思っていませんですよ。
Reina. No, Reina seemed to be trying to smooth it over. It kind of sounded like Sadako and I weren't normally friendly with one another. So I asked,
僕とさとこは友達ではないのでしょうか。そんなことないよ。ちゃんと同じクラスの友達だよ。
That's not the same thing as actually being friends. The way she said that was enough of an answer. Now I knew why Sadako acted so coldly to me in the nurse's office. In this world, Sadako and I weren't friends. Maybe that made sense. Well, you did admit around the beginning of this arc here that you felt like your whole purpose for existence was to basically just torture Sadako. I mean, you didn't exactly say that in that exact phrasing, but that's me paraphrasing what you said. So maybe this is just the world giving you some karma for that remark or something, by just simply taking away the friendship altogether. Maybe it just had enough of watching you bully Sadako. Okay, all joking aside, I'm really starting to feel bad for Rika right now. I am just utterly alone in this world, it seems. After all, if Saoshi was alive and well, then Sadako would spend all her time with him. The reason Sadako and I got to the point we could call close was because Sadako ended up all alone. I asked her to stay at my house, and we started living together. Of course, we were friends before that too, just nowhere near how close we were in 1983. Maybe, in the end, our relationship was nothing more than me sitting in Saoshi's empty seat. That is a very sad way of looking at it. And I don't think that's really the right way to look at it either. When I thought about that, when I considered what would happen if Saoshi was around in June 1983, maybe this was the most natural future. With regretful eyes, I watched as Sadako frolicked about. Sadako looked like she was having a lot of fun with her other classmates. She would never notice me going home from school. I'm going to stop thinking about it so much. For the true world I need to reach, this world is all but a defective one. I don't need to bother trying to understand a broken world. I think we need to understand it, otherwise how are we going to get back to the one we already knew? Besides, I mean, wasn't that indifference to you trying to fully understand absolutely everything and everything that's happening around you the reason why you were stuck for the better part of 100 years or so in an endless time loop to begin with? Because you basically gave into despair, and so you just decide to just stop fully trying. And it was only after that you were given reason to start fully applying yourself again that you were eventually able to overcome fate to begin with everyone else's help. If you're not careful, you'll end up falling into that same trap again. There's a lot less stores open, you say? When we went through downtown, with all its stores with their shutters down, Reina spoke up. I didn't care about this world anymore, but as a classmate going home with her, I answered unconsciously.
どうしてこんなにもお店が減ってしまったのでしょう。それは当然だよ。来年までしか営業できないもんね。
What's happening next year?
来るお客さんだって減る一方だし、早めにお店を畳んじゃう人がいてもおかしくないよ。どうして来年までしか営業できないのですか？仕方ないよ。立ち退きだし。
Evicted? Don't tell me the damn construction project had resumed.
立ち退き？残念だけど仕方ないもんね。それに村は沈んでも村が育んでくれた私たちの魂が滅びるわけじゃない。
They actually restarted the damn construction project? I gave a start when I heard that. I couldn't. No. It was possible. In every single world, the story of Hinamizawa being submerged under an artificial lake was always present. But the Irie Institute, working from the shadows, would make sure that the dam project was cancelled. If there was no Irie Institute around to make them cancel it, that meant the dam project was proceeding as planned and... Well, shit, that's no good.
じゃあ村はダムに？注水は来年で決定らしいよ。水没にはかなり日数がかかるそうだけど、私は見たくないな。湖になった後ならともかく、沈んでる最中を見るのは悲しいかな。反対運動とかはなかったのですか？最初はあったらしいね。でも国の発展のために私たちだけがわがままを言うわけにはいかないし、よくは知らないけど国の人も親身になって相談に乗ってくれたらしいよ。
I'm trying to think. What could... It was the death of Rika's parents along with Satoshi and Sadako's adoptive father and aunt. No, wait, no, that can't... No, that... Yeah, Sadako pushed the uncle, which was Teppei's brother, and his wife to their deaths. When was it exactly? It was, but I think it was right in the middle of the right in the middle of the dam construction protests, with the Onikafuchi. What were they called? They weren't called the protesters. Onikafuchi something. But right around the time the protests were happening too, Rika's parents both ended up dying around the same time, yeah? So here's my question. Are either of them still alive? Teppei's brother, his wife, and Rika's parents? The damn conflict I was hearing from Reina wasn't even a conflict in this world. Everything regarding the dam was completely different from the worlds I knew. They proposed a Hinamizawa Dam project, which was the same as the worlds I knew. Relations between the nation, who wanted to evict us, and the residents, who refused, gradually worsened, and eventually broke down. It snowballed into a dire conflict over the dam. But in this world, it had been different from the very beginning. First off, relations between the country and the village were stormy at the very, very beginning, but apparently that was resolved quickly. How? The Sonozaki and Kimiyoshi families negotiated on the village's behalf, and they accepted the eviction on the promise of a large sum of compensation money. They did? It wasn't the Hojo couple, but it was the Sonozaki and Kimiyoshi families that took compensation money? After that, the conversation was between the three families and the villagers. Nobody wanted to part with the soil of their ancestors. But for the villagers, who certainly couldn't be called wealthy, the money the nation would provide was no trivial matter. They worried over it to no end. Rumors flew about, warning if Oyashiro-sama's curse would befall them if they abandoned these lands. But the Furude family had. My father, in other words, declared we couldn't be cursed if we built Oyashiro-sama a new shrine somewhere else, and remembered to honor him. I bet he came up with that right on the spot. Despite many objections, the elderly agreed on a cooling off period of several years. In addition to the compensation money, they demanded from the government the movement of the Furude Shrine, the graveyard, and its symbolic trees, in addition to the guarantee of a new place they could call Hinamizawa. And if those requests were fulfilled, they would consider agreeing to the eviction. Wow. First year, construction manager died, one of the culprits missing, construction stopped. Yeah, okay, I forgot, I knew I was missing something. So I guess he didn't die then? Second year, Sako's parents. Third year, Rika's. And then the fourth year was Satoshi killing his aunt before he himself disappeared. And then fifth year is just basically present day for most of the story. The nation consented to this. They proposed preferential occupation rights of reclaimed public housing land in Shishibone. With regards to giving the town a new name, they considered the residents' proposal as most important, and they consented to the movement of the shrine, graveyard, and other locations as well. In conclusion, though there were several years of turmoil, the dam conflict never happened in this world. Everything was resolved through talking alone. And the villagers had actually agreed to the dam project. Actual construction on the dam had begun a few years ago, and apparently construction vehicles were a constant source of traffic on the village's wider roads. And the eviction deadline was set at the end of April next year, so more than a few families had begun moving out in advance. One closed shop shutter had a worn paper notice on it. On it was written, "Our deepest gratitude for your many years of patronage." I spotted a few other notices with "opposed to the dam" on them, but those had deteriorated over time, a silent indication that the dam war was a thing of the past now.
クラスの子も全員が公営住宅に行くわけじゃないみたいだね。さとこちゃんちなんかはよそへ引っ越しちゃうみたいだよ。仲良しのみんな全員と会えるのも来年までかと思うとなんだか寂しいよね。
The village I was born and grew up in, being submerged, was very sad. But all my classmates, enjoying the stay to the fullest even though they knew that, seemed so strong to me. And if the dam war never took place, that would cause several other effects. For example, the relationship between the Sonozaki and the Hojo families. At the beginning of the dam conflict, the Hojos declared themselves in favor of the dam, with the Sonozakis in opposition, and the former ended up a scapegoat of the village for a long time. But that trouble never occurred in this world.
さとこちゃんのお家？さあ、普通だと思うけど、別にみーちゃんちとも特別接点はないと思うけどな。さとこは家族と仲良くできてますか？あ、お父さんの話？
Even without the dam conflict, the presence of a stepfather would be a burden on Sadako's mind. And with the L5 symptoms appearing, she would push him from the viewing platform at the park and be given into the care of her malicious aunt and uncle. Because her stepfather's presence would be the very gateway to Sadako's later, unfortunate fate.
今にして思うと、最初の頃のギクシャクした関係もいい思い出かもしれないね。血がつながっていない親子だからこそ、互いが父であろう、娘であろうと努力することによって、ひょっとすると実の親子より強い絆を作れることもあるかもしれないもの。
Well, how about that? Good on the both of them, I guess, but too bad that doesn't really help us out any.
私も何度かお話をしたことあるけど、家族を支えようと頑張るいい人だったよ。それ、さとこの今のお父さんの話なのですか？うん。
Which meant, in this world, none of the dice threatening Sadako had come up on a 1. For Sadako, did that make this world a happy place for her? But you could call year 0, year 1 before the first incident when Minister's grandson was kidnapped. Yeah, chapter 4, that's right. An under-table deal with Mountain Dog / Tokyo agreed to stop construction. Just wait a little. So it doesn't look bad politically with agreeing to kidnapper terms. Yeah, it's true. So, right now I'm running with the theory that there might that in this world there must have been one particular key event that must have happened differently from all the worlds that we knew, that had a massive butterfly effect on how the rest of the events of this world that we're in right now unfolded. I'm just trying to figure out what that event could possibly be, if that's indeed what happened here. Again, it would really help if well, Reina's given us some information to work with right now, so we're at least building up a timeline right now, but I don't think what she's really given us right now is in the grand scheme of things giving us too much to go on. But you know, I'm just gonna let her keep talking. Maybe she can end up giving us more clues. My walk home with Reina is very significant for me understanding this world. And I found out that this world's composition betrayed every last bit of my common sense. The reason Reina wasn't Reina. That was different from the very start. First, the Ryugu family didn't move to Ibaraki. They had lived in Hinamizawa this entire time. Her mother was still working as a designer at a small company in the city. Her father had switched careers, and now he was a salesman for his wife's designs. The couple must have been on good terms, for one to design things and the other to sell them. As always, her mother's position seemed to be stronger, but their relationship was an average one, and divorce, at the very least, seemed impossible. doesn't necessarily mean there isn't trouble in paradise on that front. Especially given the insight we were given to this woman's character in other story arcs. I certainly wouldn't rule it out. That meant a nice, peaceful family for Reina. That satisfied her fully, and she even said that she lived a happy life. The fact that she knew that without going through hardships, though, she really was still Reina. I asked about the Takano clinic, too. It was as the big doctor Yamamoto had said. The Takano of Takano Clinic was indeed the one who had been Mio Takano's adopted grandfather, Hifumi Takano. Right after the war, he built a surprisingly grand clinic in Hinamizawa, which had no doctors, and became a celebrity to the villagers. I learned that there was a monument dedicated to Takano in the place of the one dedicated to Irie in the worlds I knew. After Takano's passing, there was nobody to succeed his place in the clinic, and for a long time it had been left empty. That was when a man from Okinomiya named Yamamoto arrived and breathed new life into the clinic. Takano had discovered the Hinamizawa syndrome and searched for research sponsors, but found none. And eventually, Mio Takano would succeed him. But what if the older Takano had found a sponsor? Neither Mio Takano nor Irie would appear, and the Takano clinic being built right after the war would make sense. Which meant that Takano, in this world, had been blessed with good dice rolls. Well, good for her too. At this point, I had a vague idea about something. Weren't these dice rolls the exact opposite of the ones I knew for the world? Excuse me. Weren't these dice rolls the exact opposite of the ones for the world I knew well? Well, that certainly seems to be the case. Every single one, every single major one, it's pretty much the opposite. The people themselves hadn't changed at all. But the dice God had cast for these people were all reversed. So it made sense that it had turned into such a strange world for me. Maybe we should call this the Uno reverse world. I learned one more thing from talking to Reina, too. In this world, I had no friends. Okay, I'm laughing, but it's honestly not funny. It really isn't. I was all alone. Keiichi never transferred to our school, and we didn't have a club, and Sako had no connection to me. So maybe it was only natural. At that point, I finally realized why Reina had sympathized with me going home alone, and done her going home club activities with me. You took pity on me! The loner!
じゃあまた明日ね。え、あ、そっか。
For a moment, I was confused when she said goodbye, since we weren't in front of the temple. But I quickly understood. We were in front of the Furude main house. Which means your parents are indeed still breathing. Since Takano never appeared, there was no Irie Institute, nor any research into Hinamizawa syndrome. And so, my parents never died. At first, my parents cooperated with the researchers. But when I fell ill with a high fever one day, they stopped cooperating. Had some kind of trouble, and were assassinated. My mother was a hysterical type. When she made a fuss, settling her down took a while. And because she made a fuss, the Yuri Institute, which wanted to do its research in secret, naturally wanted to make sure she didn't talk. She held such an attitude even knowing how shady the Institute was. And it cost her her life. So in a sense, I couldn't deny that she reaped what she sowed. Took the words right out of my mouth. In any case, no matter how many times I did this over, no matter how many times I warned her, it never worked. And I resigned myself to the fact that I'd no longer have parents by 1981. And I'd repeated it many times. I'd seen my parents for dozens of years in total, so I was fed up with them. We weren't on good terms to begin with anyway. And now, in June 1983, they were here again.
また明日会おうね。バイバイ。さよならなのですよ。ニパー。
After seeing Rihanna off, I looked at my real home. I saw my mother patting out a dried futon in the yard. In normal worlds, they would always die. But in this one, they were alive the whole time. I found myself unsure of how to talk to my real mother.
リカなの？おかえりなさい。
Hello, Mama dearest.
みー、ただいまなのです。
手を洗ってうがいをしなさい。それから明日持ってく教科書は今のうちに準備しておくのよ。
How about you go rinse out your mouth? My mouth is squeaky clean.
宿題は出なかった？
Yes, she was my mother, all right. I don't know why, but that remark was just funny to me. Honestly speaking, I wasn't used to the Furude main house. It was my true home, but it had never been my home before 1983. Like a prison of time, while I waited in melancholy for the day Keiichi transferred here. But Keiichi wouldn't transfer here, and my parents wouldn't die. Which meant in this world, I would never get out of this prison. But maybe that was a weird way to think about it. Without a dead-end fate, there was no victory or defeat, no destiny or miracles. This was my actual home. It was nothing more and nothing less. I went to my room, put down my book bag, and took a breath. Usually, when I was by myself, Hanya would appear. But in this world, she hadn't shown up. How long are you planning on wasting time? Hurry up and appear, and take me back to my original world. I knew by now this world was odd and filled with what-ifs. I'd had up to here with my exploration of this alternate universe. But Hanyu didn't appear. Oh, that's right. Hanyu was by herself in the ritual storehouse a lot. Maybe she was there right now. In any case, whatever else happened, I just wanted to see Hanyu. I put on my shoes and ran out towards the shrine. I just remember Rika's dream at the start of Miyosakushi, wanting to reach out to her mother in the kitchen, before she woke up. Well, I guess now that you mention that, you could say that as far as Rika's incarnation in Miyosakushi Emote is concerned, she ends up getting her wish here, being able to have a do-over of sorts with her family, and, well, as it turns out, do-over a lot of different things for that matter. Too bad she's not particularly thrilled about it. As I turned my back on my annoying mother who called after me, asking if I'd really rinsed out my mouth. In a world where my father was alive, it was hard to get the key to the storehouse. But thanks to the innumerable worlds I'd been through, I found a way to get into the storehouse without it. I could hear the elders having a pleasant talk in the assembly hall. My father's laugh mixed in with theirs. My father hated me even going near the ritual storehouse. Well, considering what it stored, I could sort of understand why he wouldn't want to let his beloved daughter inside it. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up a tree growing behind the storehouse. My climb didn't go as smoothly as when Sayako had shown me. I'm getting tongue twisted again. My climb didn't go as smoothly as when Sayako had shown me she could do it. In any case, I crawled up stubbornly and jumped down onto the storehouse roof. I was a little scared of jumping. I climbed pretty high off the ground. Even a centenarian witch can't escape the dangers of heights. If I recalled right, there was a broken lattice window on the roof, and you could get in and out through there. This world was betraying all my expectations and giving me the exact opposite. I considered that maybe you couldn't go in and out through it anymore. But in the place Sadako once told me about, it was broken just like she said, and a child would be able to fit inside. Even trivial things like this were a relief. Maybe just the sun setting in the west would be a relief for me right now. Because in this world, it could always set in the east. Yes, this discomfort felt at having to doubt everything. Made me feel dizzy and sick.
Hanyu? Iru?
Ow, ow? No answer. I was too afraid to call out again. Because maybe if I did, I still wouldn't get any answer. For me personally, Hanyu not existing in this world was the one dice roll that couldn't happen.
Hanyu?
Then I felt something I couldn't describe. The presence of someone, but not a person. Something I could only perceive. The presence of Hanyu. But Hanyu always answered me when I called for her. She wasn't now. What did that mean? But she was here. She was! I couldn't help poking my head through the roof. I climbed down a bundle of hanging chains and entered.
Hanyu! Hanyu! Doko nano? Henji o shite! Rika! Rika! Doko ni iru no desu ka?
Holy shit! This time, I heard her for sure. There was no doubt.
Hanyu! Watashi wa koko yo. Doko nano? Anata no sugata ga zenzen mienai. Rika! Rika! Henji o shite.
Can she not hear me? Hanyu's feeble words implied she was actually the one who couldn't hear my voice. I looked for a place where I could hear her better. Before I realized it, I went to the altar in front of the holy vessel. Something that looked like a small crystal ball was on the altar, and I sensed it giving off a faint light. That was where Hanyu's voice seemed to be coming from. The ball was about the size of a large toy marble. Well, how about that? Looks like this little orb is playing a role in the story again. but it was seated respectfully on a small cushion, which told me it was no ordinary stone. I took the crystal ball in my hand and pressed it to my ear.
リカ、聞こえたならもう一度返事をしてください。リカ、リカ。
There was no doubt. I was hearing Hanyu's voice from this crystal ball. And it sounded like it was searching for me, growing more distant all the while. Distant is not good.
聞こえるわ。私よ、リカよ。私はここにいるわ。
リカ、リカ。あなたの声が聞こえますです。どこにいるのですか？あなたが見つけられない。声が遠くてわからない。もっと強く呼びかけてくださいです。
ここよ。私はここよ。どうしてあなたの声が水晶玉から聞こえるの？そんなことはどうでもいい。私はここよ。細工殿の祭壇の前にいるわ。羽生、
あなたの声が聞こえます。今探してます。かけらを手放さないで。そのままもっと強く僕を呼びかけて。
私はここよ。羽生、早く来て。羽生。
For a while, I kept shouting her name as if I'd gone mad. It was like clinging to a tin can telephone right before the string snapped. If Hanyu's voice cut off in the middle, if she left me behind, alone, in the darkness of the storehouse, that was scarier than anything else I could imagine. So, as she told me to, I shouted her name over and over again. Hanyu had to be searching for me by listening for my voice. I didn't know what her situation was, but it seemed Hanyu and I were far away from one another, that we were immeasurably distant. And as the crystal ball's light strengthened, I knew she was coming closer. Oh, thank God. At first, the light I sensed from it had been faint, but now it was bright as a weak miniature light bulb, and I could clearly see it was shining.
リカ、どういうことですか？あなたのいる世界に入れない。
You can't? Why?
はあ？何を言ってんのよ。助けてほしいのは私よ。何でもいいから早く来て。私をこの世界から連れ出して。
リカ、よく聞いてくださいです。あなたの世界がなぜか僕を拒むのです。こんなことはありえないことなのです。
If this isn't normally impossible, that raises the question, what is making this possible? Given that she's both a paranormal existence and a deity, I couldn't imagine a situation that would make her anxious enough for her to weakly say, this is impossible. All I could do was keep on wailing half insanely for her to do something. Anything.
でもどうしようもないのです。はあ、こんなこと初めてです。ありえないんです。
そんな情けないこと言ってないで。早く何とかしてよ。何とかして。
ダメです、リカ。あなたの世界が僕を拒絶する力を放っているのです。それを何とかしないと僕にはどうしようもないのです。
Do something about it. How? I don't even know what is actually causing it to reject you. Is it a power of some other deity or something? We already established that Ryun have there are other entities in this setting like Hanyu, the Ryun. So is it another Ryun or something?
わけわかんないこと言わないで。 神様のあんたを拒む力って何よ。そんなのあるわけないでしょ。
そうなのです。そんなのあるわけないのです。でもかけらがこちら側にないから断面を合わせられない。どうしてかわからないけど、かけらが今リカがいる世界に紛れ込んでしまっているのです。
So the fragment is in the world itself. Okay, that's something. So how can I find it?
かけら？何の話？私にもわかるように説明して。私にできることなら何でもするわ。
Continuing to act so deranged won't help with anything. I managed to figure out what Hanyu wanted to say, and now I knew I had to eliminate the obstacle. The situation utterly escaped me, but it seemed like if I didn't do something, Hanyu couldn't appear in front of me.
取り乱して悪かったわ。落ち着くからもう一度説明して。一体どういうことなの？
リカ、どうしてかわかりませんが、神の世界にあるべきかけらの一部が今リカのいる世界に紛れ込んでいるようなのです。それは例えるなら、開けるべき扉の中にその鍵が閉じ込められているかのよう。
So, in order to use an analogy of my own then, I'm essentially stuck in what can be amounted to a giant escape room. Where I need to find the key that I need to unlock the door in order to let me out of the room, so to speak. Or rather, in this case, allow you to come in. Only problem is, the key is hidden. The key for the room is hidden.
かけらって何？
リカにとって世界に見えるものは、より高い次元の世界ではかけらと呼ばれているのです。そのかけらをジグソーパズルのように組み合わせて世界を渡り歩いてきたのです。
なるほど。その例えでなんとなく状況は分かったわ。私が今いるこの世界というかけら、いえ、ジグソーパズルのピースは噛み合う部分がどうにかなっていて、周りのピースと組み合ってくれないと、そう言いたいわけね。
そうです。その欠けた部分は必ずこちら側にあるのですが、なぜかこちら側ではなくそちら側にあるのです。
You got any ideas as to what could potentially cause that?
神の世界にあるべきかけらがなぜか人間の世界にこぼれ落ちていて欠陥を起こしているってこと？
そんなところなのです。
Can you imagine if this fragment I'm supposed to find is stuck somewhere on the bottom of the ocean or somewhere really hard to reach like that? That would be a massive problem. Oh dear.
わかったわ。
Just one thing after another, isn't it?
そのかけらをどうにかすればいいわけね。あなたの指示に従うわ。そのかけらはどこにあるの？それをどうすればいいの？Why are you barking at me? Why are you whining? What's the problem? そこはあうあう言うところじゃないでしょ。どこにあるのよ、そのかけらとやらは。そしてどんな形をしているのよ。わ
からないのです。
So I'm essentially running this whole thing blind then, without any idea whatsoever as to what this thing looks like or even how to find it. And it could be anywhere for all I know. I think finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this.
はあ？わからないものをどう う探せってのよ。
僕だってわかりません。だってここからはリカの声しか聞こえないのですから。今の僕にはその世界に干渉することが何もできないのです。
かけらってからにはこんな感じの水晶のキラキラ光るかけらみたいな感じなの？
多分そうだと思いますが。
You think that's right, but is it actually?
当時の世界にあるべきものが人間の世界にもたらされた場合、どんな姿に変わるのか想像もつきませんです。
I felt all my energy drain out of me, and I heaved a sigh.
探し物の形もわからないとは最悪ね。で、仮にそれを見つけたらどうすればいいの？神の世界に戻すってどうやるの？それすらもわかんないっての。
Jesus Christ, I gotta do everything this time around, don't I?
ごめんなさい。
You're all useless!
こんなこと初めてなんで、僕にもよくわからないのです。
I laughed, mostly at myself. And before I realized it, I couldn't stop my tears from falling. After getting sent to this crazy world, I don't even know how to get back. Today, of all days, I was in such high spirits, going to the pool with my friends. That tiny fragment of happy days we'd all finally obtained after escaping the dead end of June 1983. Yeah, looks like the powers that be are all like, okay, here, have a pool day for your troubles. Here's your reward for 100 years of suffering. Okay, did you enjoy that time at the pool? Did you have fun? Did you get really wet? Yes? Then good. Boink! Off into this wonderful little hellscape that you're in now. Oh, and the way that you need to get out of here, nobody, not even Hanyu knows how to find it, and you're all on your own here, champ. You ain't got nobody but your lonesome and a crystal ball. Good luck. Again, like I was saying earlier, this feels like a particularly intentional kick in the balls by the powers that be this time around, even compared to everything that came before. And if I were in Rika's position, I'd probably be setting a lot of shit on fire right about now. In sheer anger. See you, sucker. Yeah, pretty much. Seriously, that's pretty much exactly the energy that this gives me off right now. Like the biggest bait and one of the biggest bait and switches I've seen in a good long time. Today, of all days, I was in such high spirits, going to the pool with my friends. A tiny fragment of happy days we'd all finally attained after escaping the dead end of June 1983. And just because I was messing around on the way back, just a little, I got sent to this horrible world.
それを愚痴ったら結局道路でふざけてた私の不注意が悪いってことになるのよね。
Well, it wasn't kidding about difficulty being diabolical. Yeah, diabolical is pretty accurate, I'd say. I'll give the summary for this arc credit for one thing. It wasn't completely honest about what it would be, I suppose. I lost my balance on my bicycle, got thrown off, and then fell into the car there. The car of damnation! A common traffic accident. Of damnation! A common death of a child. It just happened to be me this time. The future I'd won over 100 years. Now, just because of that, everything was in pieces. I could wail all I want, but the only thing at fault was my own carelessness. In fact, I should be thankful to Hanyu for letting me live. But send me to a world like this? It's too cruel. Well, to be fair, I don't think Hanyu did this on purpose, okay? No, it wasn't as though Hanyu sent me here because she wanted to. I know that. I know that.
リカも覚えている通りなのです。僕たちの力はどんどん痩せ衰えていった。そしてその力の最後の挑戦で勝利を勝ち取ったのです。
But if the power was gone, then how did this even happen?
だからこの力はもう二度と使えないはずでした。
That's what I don't understand. If we no longer had that power at all by the time we actually won against Takano, then how the hell did this even happen?
その使えないはずの力で私を助けてくれたということ。
はい、もうどうしようもありませんでしたのです。リカの体は自転車から投げ出され、サイコロの目次第では車の上を転がって怪我くらいで済んだかもしれません。でも運悪く投げ出されたリカは車のタイヤの前に。
Oh, damn. From Hanyu's words colored with sadness, it felt like she'd watched me fly off, get run over by the car, and die.
みんながはってチェックして。
Hopefully not wide enough to where the blood that would come spurting out of her corpse after getting crushed by the car would end up flying into their gullets. That would be bad.
呆然として車は急ブレーキでガードレールにぶつかってすごい音がしましたが、誰の耳にも入りませんでした。
Everybody's ears stopped working, I'm sure.
そしてサトコがリカの体に駆け寄るのですが、あなたの面影が。
I looked worse than your average play of chop suey, right?
顔がなくて。
車に潰されて知恵がいつも言ってたっけ、道路でふざけちゃいけませんって。
Let this be a lesson to you, ladies and gents. Never play in the road, otherwise you'll get run over by a car. Have your head turned into a gory pancake, and then you'll wake up in an alternate world where everything is completely and utterly wrong. I could imagine the rest of the story without Hanyu telling me. That fun day we had was wiped out in an instant by my careless fooling around. We dove together into the longest June 1983 of these past 100 years. And the peaceful future we finally reached through the sharing of countless miracles was wiped out in an instant. My corpse was too horrible to look at. Saiko came running over first, and everyone else came, and they all wished they'd wake up for that nightmare, until they lost all hope, broke down, and wept. Compared to that heart-splitting sadness, the one who was actually careless, grumbling about wanting to go home since this world was uncomfortable, counted for nothing. Did that mean, in the end, it was my own fault? Well, you did want to keep being mean to Sadako, so I mean, yeah, I would say it kind of is your fault. You said it yourself. Your whole existence revolved around being mean to Sadako. So in other words, this whole mess we're in would not have been possible if you just stopped being yourself for 5 minutes. It really is your fault. Just saying. Well, wrong for you, but as an outsider, this world is much better than any hellscape Rika's Hinamizawa was. Well, you say that, but all of Hinamizawa is going to be submerged underwater in less than a year's time. So, I mean, it's only good in the short term, comparatively speaking. And I thought I silenced my phone. What the hell? There we go. That's better. Give me just a second. There we go. I struggled through so many years to reach that future, and I carelessly lost it by nobody's fault but my own. And I was blessed since Hanyu was here for me, so I should be thankful. Because if that happened to someone other than me, they just lose their life, and nothing more. Just the fact that there was hope, even if it was only a single, tiny ray, surely meant I was fortunate. Thanks for nothing!
バカが不注意で事故死なんて日本中にいくらでも溢れてる。私もそのうちの一人だった。だからしのぶの言わずに死ねばいいものを。こうしてあなたのおかげで妙なことにはなりつつも生き残っている。そしてとても難しいことには違いないけど、元の世界に戻る方法がゼロなわけじゃない。
I just got one question though. Do we really want to return to that exact world? Because if we do, I mean, we no longer have a head. Are you sure you want to go back to a world where you basically have to be the living incarnation of the Headless Horseman? I don't even think there's a pumpkin nearby that we could use as a replacement head for you.
おさらいするわね。私を元の世界に連れ戻すには、羽生がここにやってこなくてはならない。そうね。
はい、もちろんです。僕も早くリカと一緒に元の世界に戻りたいのです。
当然よ。100年を超える日々を経て勝ち取ったあの世界へ戻るのよ。そのために私はさらに100年の年月を経てもいい。負けるもんかくじけるもんか、ほんのちょっと道路でふざけただけでもう100年の懲役を追加されても泣くもんか。
Somebody give this girl a hug.
リカ、元の世界でもみんなが祈ってます。自分の命を捧げても時間を巻き戻して事故をなかったことにしてほしいって、みんなその祈りがあったから僕はきっとリカを見つけることができたのですよ。
Yeah, that's true. Because come chapter 8 or Miyotsukushi, everybody is pretty much brought up to speed at one point or another as to Rika's ability to travel through time into different worlds. So everybody knows that you had those powers. So for a second, I was confused as to what Tanya was saying, that everyone was praying that Rika would be able to find a way to rewind time. But then I remembered, well, yeah, they should actually know by now about her powers. So yeah. So ignore me, just a brief moment of confusion on my part that I ended up resolving on my own. I'd rather live one life alone and having to move, rather than live an eternal spiral getting killed over and over with less and less free time each loop. Well, when you put it like that, I mean, if you're talking about just yourself, yeah, but I mean, I was talking about Hinamizawa, the location, the village, in the broader sense. If we're talking about us on an individual scale, then I would say, yeah, in this position, you would definitely would arguably have it much better off, for sure. Okay, but in the end, villagers agreed for getting money in return and everything resolved peacefully. It sucks, but it's better than people dying. Yeah, that is also true. I guess you can use that car's tire for a pumpkin. You know what? I'm pretty sure that if you threatened the driver with the possibility of a massive lawsuit and lots of jail time, and the only way that they'd be able to get out of it is by letting Rika take one of the tires of their car and use it as a makeshift head in order to get out of it, they'd be more than happy to comply. After they stop freaking out over a headless corpse suddenly getting up and talking to them, of course. I kind of actually want to see that now that I'm thinking about it. That could be very funny to me. In this storehouse, in which I could smell only dust, I thought I caught the scent of incense. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but somehow I knew. How can you hear incense? I mean, I light incense myself from time to time, and I don't think you could hear it even if you stuck your ear right next to it. It was my funeral, and I thought I could hear them. My friends' heartbroken grieving over my coffin. Their cries were incredibly sad. So sad, so painful, as though it would tear me apart. I understood. By carelessness, he had destroyed not only my life, but everyone else's happiness. Again, you could just afford to not be your sadistic self for 5 freaking minutes, and everything would be all right. But no, you just couldn't. You were like the scorpion riding, on the back of the frog, or the turtle, or I think it was a frog in that Aesop fable. You just had to sting the thing that was giving you the ride across the lake, and you both ended up drowning because you were the scorpion. It was in your nature to sting. You could not help yourself.
帰るわ。私は絶対に元の世界に帰るわ。それがどんなにか細い道でも絶対に帰る。
My tears, filled with sadness, mixed with determination, mixed with saltiness, dropped to the floor. If you watch the anime or manga, Rika was riding carelessly in the middle of the road at a sharp turn, and not safely on the side where bicycles should at that turn. Truck driver would probably not face too much trouble in a lawsuit. Well, even if it's not a lawsuit, he'd probably face trouble somehow. From the club members themselves, if nothing else, I'm sure. Maybe. I don't know. At the very least, I'm pretty sure that he or she would have serious nightmares if Rika's headless corpse started talking to them, you know, and started demanding one of their tires for a replacement head.
Rika, その世界に閉じ込められたことだって、あの昭和58年の袋小路と同じ。一見どうしようもない運命に見えて、絶対ではないのです。
Yeah, but I'm gonna have a hell of a time escaping it since I don't know what the fragment I'm supposed to be looking for even looks like, let alone how to find it.
分かってるわ。圭一に教えられた。そして高野にまで教えられたわよね。
Fate was thinner than a goldfish scooping net, and strong enough feelings can reshape the future.
そうです、リカ。その息なのです。確かにきっかけはリカの不注意だったかもしれませんです。でもリカにはそれを償い、なかったことにできる機会が与えられた。それはとてもとても幸運なことなのです。
分かってる。普通の人間なら来世でやり直しってところを私だけが最後のチャンスをもらえてる。その意味理解できてるわ。
リカ、なんとかして僕を拒むかけらを探し出してほしいのです。僕もこちら側の世界から何かわからないか探してみます。
I appreciate your support, Hanyu, but if you can't even enter the world, how exactly are you supposed to find out anything about it exactly?
ノーヒントってのが答えるわね。あとこの世界に羽生がいない以上、この世界で私が死んだらジ・エンドってことなんでしょう。
Oh shit, you're right.
はい。今のその世界には僕の力は及びませんのです。だからどうかリカ、くれぐれも注意して。
Well, I think that goes without saying.
分かってる。二度と道路でふざけたりしないわ。
ヒントは確かにありませんが、でも僕はこの村の神様でこの村だけを見守ってきました。
I think your past self would like to have a word with you about that.
その僕に干渉する力なのですから、おそらくその力も村の中にあるものだと思いますです。
この村のどこかがあなたに関わるものだとしたら、正直なところこの西宮殿の中に収められていると思うんだけど。
Alright, hold on a second. We don't have any hints, but okay, in this village is all... If this power can interfere with me, then I think the power must be in the village too. Well, it's convenient for us, but... Well, at the very least, it helps us narrow things down, assuming that assumption of hers is correct. But again, for all I know, this thing could be in the bottom of the ocean somewhere. You did say yourself, you don't even know for sure what this thing even looks like.
リカ、西宮殿の中にいつもの世界にはない何かが収められてはいませんか？
どうかしら。すぐにはわからないわ。その何かが目立つものって保証もないんでしょう。
僕に干渉するくらいなのですから、多分神の世界に限りなく近い場所に踏み入ったことのあるリカなら、その気配を感じ取れるかもしれませんのです。
また難儀な話ね。少なくともこの祭壇にあるものはこの水晶玉も含めて何も変わりないと思うわ。しかし不思議な水晶玉ね。ただのビー玉のくせにずいぶん偉そうなところに陳列してあると日頃から思ってたけど。
リカが今手にしているのはフルデ神社の至宝カムの御のりと呼ばれるもの。かつて僕がお社様としてフルデ神社に奇跡を示した時、その印として残したものです。長い時間の中で込められた力のほとんどは薄れてしまいましたが、幸運にもこうして理科に及ぶ唯一の僕の力となりましたのです。もっと力が残っていれば、あるいはこんな力に屈せずその世界へ迎えに行けたかもしれないのに。
Okay, so that gives us another option at the very least. If we can't find the fragment itself, then maybe what we could do instead is find a way to power up this crystal ball, right? But even if you return, people in the original world will still have to deal if you die, and since it would have to be the one where you didn't die. Yay! Also a fair point. Yeah. We definitely want to avoid people having PTSD about seeing your head go splat. That's for damn sure. Otherwise, it could make a lot of future interactions from that point forward very awkward, to put it very mildly.
ということは、この水晶玉であなたと話をするのも限られた時間だけということなのね。
Oh shit. So our little makeshift cell phone here has only a limited amount of minutes, huh?
リカには僕の声が聞こえていますか？僕の方にはどんどんリカの声が小さくしぼんでいくように聞こえますのです。
なるほど。電池の切れかかったトランシーバーってわけね。わかった。無駄な連絡は慎むようにするわ。それならもうしばらくは話ができるんでしょう。
多分。
十分よ。私はこれから細具殿の中を漁るわ。この水晶玉と同じサイズだとしたらどこに紛れ込んでてもおかしくない。それに細具殿の中とは限らないんでしょ。根気のいる作業になるわね。
リカ、どうか頑張って。僕はここにいて応援することしかできない。そしてその応援の言葉すらもう限られてしまっている。
If this fragment that we're supposed to find is made as some kind of metallic object, I'm sure getting our hands on a metal detector would be useful.
大丈夫よ。絶対にこちらの世界の扉を開いてあなたを招き入れるわ。あなたと一緒にあの楽しかった世界へ戻ることを約束するわ。
Just picture it. Rika with a metal detector, just scrounging around every single square inch of the entire village, just searching for something in the ground.
だからあなたも頑張って。何かヒントになりそうなことが分かったら教えて。
はい。
じゃあもうこれくらいにしましょう。更新を終わるわ。またね、羽生。約束する。元の世界へ帰れたら冷蔵庫をシュークリームで埋め尽くしてあげるわ。
Help me, Hanyu! Do it for the cream puffs!
その約束、楽しみに待っていますのです。
Hanyu's voice gently vanished, like water seeping into sand. But that didn't mean Hanyu had vanished. It was kind of like I was talking to Hanyu on a public phone, and my 10 yen ran out. We may have been in different worlds, but we were cooperating, trying to get out of this world and back to the last one. When I thought about it, Hanyu had always been my ally in my life. In this world, that ally was gone. Maybe that was a fitting punishment for wasting my life by being careless. To get back to the last world, I would pile up as many stones as I need to. For these were the banks of the river Styx. Nirvana, from my viewpoint, as one who had lost their life in the previous world. But I'll get back. I swear, I'll get back there. Then suddenly, the inside of the storehouse brightened. Uh-oh. Is it Daddy Dearest? Someone had just turned on the switch for the naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. And then, with a heavy clank, the door opened. My father appeared there. Oh shit, we're in trouble now! His face was like a demon's. Ah, that was right. I entered the cordoned-off ritual implement storehouse. Well, Rika, I have a very strong suspicion that your hide is about to be severely tanned, very, very, very shortly. So, clench your glutes and brace for impact. I only received the right to enter the storehouse when I succeeded them as the head of the Furude family. In other words, in a world with my parents alive, I wasn't allowed to come in here.
Rika! どこから入ったんだ? 西宮殿には入ってはならんと、あれほど言っただろう。
It was nice knowing you. Yeah, I agree. It was nice knowing her. But best case scenario, it's only her ass that we'll have to say goodbye to. After it gets tanned into oblivion, that is. My father was in a rage. Thanks to the property imprinted into one's very genes that made children tremble when their father looks at them with his scary face, I reflexively cringed with fear. I know that feeling all too well. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and took me outside. And then I ended up being disciplined, something I'd forgotten for a very long time. My parents being here is such a bother. Just when I thought I'd been lucky that they made it through the year 1981, they're getting in the way of me returning to the final world. Well, let's be fair here. It's not like they're doing this maliciously or anything, nor have any knowledge as to how they're impeding you in your current predicament. In the storehouse, I've been shouting Hanyu's name pretty loudly, so he probably noticed. Yeah, I was thinking that too. To tell you the truth, I'm kind of surprised it took him this long to finally get in here. She really is a cat. Rika is the cat and Hanyu is the dog. I would investigate the storehouse for real tomorrow, but I'd have to take extreme caution so that my father didn't find me. You're also going to need an exit strategy for getting out of the storehouse, because unless you can climb out of the same hole that you used to get in there in the first place, unless you can do that, then the only other way out is locked normally. So yeah, I mean, have an exit strategy ready is all I'm saying. Either that or steal the key from him if you can. In the middle of the night, unable to sleep face up on my futon because of my rear end swelled up from all the spanking. Told you. You needed to brace those glutes for impact. I bit my pillow and cried again. Then I thought back over what I had to do. This was my room. This was my futon. But this wasn't where I was supposed to sleep. The futon I was supposed to go home to was in the small house on the second floor of the renovated warehouse. The one next to Sadako's. But in this world, the youth group was probably still using it as a meeting place. So my futon obviously wouldn't be there. Then, what futon was I supposed to use in this world? Punishment for doing something stupid and careless, bringing the future we all won to nothing. I needed to find what was keeping Hanyu away so I could call her here. It would take a lot of effort. For that reason, I needed to build up my energy and get some sleep. Shedding tears was nothing but a waste of time and stamina. I knew that. But until I fell asleep, I wept into my pillow. Poor Rika. If you can, Put some cream on your rear before going out. It'll make walking around and sitting down places a lot more bearable. Yeah, Sadako broke one of Orishiro's state's hands when she tried to climb out, and wasn't able to get out and was stuck. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that. So yeah, like I was saying, she needs to have a proper exit strategy planned, otherwise she's going to be in quite the predicament, to put it mildly. So, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I will return. I need to find some way to change the little widget on the Be Right Back page to make it show a different video other than the stream that I'm most currently showing. But then again, actually wait, no, it wasn't showing this stream. It was showing the latest video I actually put on the channel. So I guess there's no problem at all then. Anyway, for a while I've been noticing that it usually tends to show the latest, the absolute latest thing that I post on my channel. And that usually ends up being the very streams that I happen to be making right then and there at that moment. And that was something that has always bothered me for a bit, but I never voiced any serious complaints about it until now. But I guess maybe that is no longer an issue? Well, whatever the case may be, if it fixes itself, then I'm happy. I'm certainly not going to complain. Anywho, I'm back. So let's get back to it. I'd hoped Sadako would be there when I woke up that morning. I hoped this baffling world was just a half-awake dream of mine. So when I awoke, not to a familiar ceiling, but to the one in the Furude main house, I could feel nothing but disappointment. My mind hazy, my ass burning. I recalled the situation I'd been put into. Thanks to my own carelessness, I'd gotten lost in this strange world. Hanyu's power couldn't reach here, so it would be incredibly difficult to escape. It was like trying to climb up the spider's thread to paradise. Is that what they call it? Because I think being eaten alive by a spider is anything but paradise. But the spider's thread was still there. No matter how thin it was, its presence meant there was still a chance. To discover what was blocking Hanyu's power. And I didn't even know what it looked like. The only possible clue was that Hanyu was the deity of Hinamizawa, so it was probably in the village somewhere. Again, we don't have any proof of that, though. That's the problem. We're just running on pure assumptions here without anything to really back it up. I picked up the crystal ball, which I'd snuck out of the ritual implement storehouse. The ball gave off a weak and somehow unnatural light. I pressed it to my forehead. I could sense a faint presence that only I, as a witch, could feel. Who called you a witch? I'll kill him. I was sure that whatever I needed to find, I would get the same feeling from it as this. But again, like the crystal ball, I probably have to hold it to my forehead to sense anything. It didn't seem like things would be as simple as wandering about until I felt something. But if it was related to Hanyu's power, like the crystal ball was, it was almost certainly in that storehouse. Unfortunately, the storehouse was a complete mess of everything from ancient torture devices, to piles of old documents, to mountains of trash I didn't even know how to use. So you're saying you would kill Rika? I wouldn't kill Rika! I would kill whoever called Rika a witch! They're the ones that deserve the death penalty here. I won't stand for that slander. The only place with any semblance of cleanliness was the space around the vessel and the altar. Finding anything, especially an object as small as this crystal ball, would be no simple matter.
Rika! 早く食事を済ませて学校に行きなさい!
I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen. The school in this world wasn't the one I went to. If I had the time to go somewhere I didn't belong, then I should be using it to search for the storehouse. But there was no proof my search would only take 1 or 2 days. It could take months for all we know. She herself called herself that. Yeah, and I want to know who was it who put the idea in her head that she's a witch, and put them to the axe. There was no proof my search would only take 1 or 2. I just read this. I really hated to say it, But since I didn't even know what it looked like, maybe I need to prepare myself for the search to take years. We don't have years, that's the problem. This whole village is going to be underwater in about a year tops. Did you ever thought it simply sounds cool to her? Even if it's cool, it's still a cruel thing to say to yourself. If your name is Rika Furude, she's no witch. She's a warlock. And if nothing else, she has the blood of demons in her, being Hanyu's descendant and all. Or Ryun, rather. She's got alien DNA in her veins. If that happened, it would cause trouble with both the school and my parents. Well, she's something, okay? Call her what you will, but a witch. I will not stand for that. If she keeps calling herself that, then, well, that's gonna be a problem for me because I can't kill her. I couldn't imagine how much time this search would take. If my parents grew suspicious, things would get harder. Slow and steady wins the race, I guessed. Hey, another lesson from Aesop's fables. She put the idea in her own head due to being able to live past her own body's life, living hundreds of years. Well, yeah, I mean... Look, I'm just... No, not being facetious is... I don't think being facetious is really the right word I want to use here. But, I mean, I'm not being serious. I'm just... Yeah, I'm just being myself. Although it was frustrating, for weekdays, it would be better to pretend I was going to school like normal. I let out a languid sigh, got up, and decided to eat breakfast. During mealtime, my mother's ramblings about how I was never allowed to go to the ritual storehouse again steadily made the food taste worse. Lady, my ass is already hurting. You don't need to keep pouring salt on the wound. My mother was always insistent and long-winded. I hated this part of her. The elders in the village laughed and said she couldn't help it, since she did it for her only beloved daughter. But to me, she was just a nuisance. Tough love wasn't what I needed at the moment. The only thing I could be thankful for was, maybe, I didn't have to make breakfast for myself. But I could do it on my own, so I almost would have rather she left it to me. After I was done eating and started getting ready for school, my mother continued to nag me about making it on time. Good Lord, woman! How aggravating. Maybe going to school wasn't so bad. I wouldn't have to see my mother's face for half a day. I thanked her for the food, cleaned my plate and utensils in the sink, and left immediately for school. Hello, fellow classmates / peasants. I would ask for one of you to put some cream on my ass since it's really hurting and all, but seeing as how I don't have any friends in this world that I'm inhabiting at the moment, I guess I will just sit my sore ass in my miserable little chair in the back of the class and just lament my misfortunes. By myself. Somebody give this girl a friend right now. Seriously. I mean, Hanyu doesn't really count at the moment, since her ability to really be there for her is kind of limited right now because, you know, our little makeshift transceiver is kind of unlimited battery juice at the moment. Okay, that sounds a lot meaner when that sounds a lot meaner when I actually say it out loud, but I don't mean to be that mean towards Hanyu, okay? I'm just saying she needs a physical friend right now, because she doesn't really have any at the moment. Oh wait, I forgot to read that. If everything was going to betray my expectations anyway, I wish class would too. But even in this world, class went the exact same way as the world I knew. I thought I escaped that world, and now it was repeating. Thinking that way made me feel even more listless. Normally I distract myself by teasing Sadako, but her seat was far away from mine. You could make it a paper airplane, you know. She was probably also so bored of class she didn't know what to do with herself. Saoshi, earnestly studying the seat next over, was constantly trying to get her to focus. Mion seemed to be butting into Riena's business too. But they weren't fooling around. It was a strange, though pleasant, sight. They were helping one another learn. Actually, they weren't the only pleasant sight. Everyone in the classroom was like that. I felt like I was the only one left out. It's because you are, sadly. Because I have no friends! I didn't know whether my seat was in its own row because of the odd number of students, or if I'd chosen to seat on purpose in this world. But it felt like my seat was separated from the rest of the classroom. When lunchtime came, I felt even more alienated. Ha! Alienated. You should feel alienated. My classmates formed groups of friends and took out their food. The club members who would always eat with me weren't here. Sako was part of a circle of several friends, including her brother. There was no place for me to wedge myself into. Mion and Riena were sitting face to face as they ate. No room for me there either. And nobody asked me if I wanted to eat with them. And they had fun eating their own meals, so this seemed natural, like it was something that happened every day. For a short while I waited, hoping for Sadako or Mion or Riena to invite me over. After the clock's minute hand moved 5, then 10 places, I realized I might even be left behind in eating. And finally gave up and opened up my bento box. Inside were the leftovers of last night's burned hamburg steak and white rice with nori seaweed that was now sticky. Spinach wrapped with gooey nori. And the remains of kinpira with chopped burdock root, also burned. I guess I'd forgotten about that. For some reason, my mother overcooked everything. So it looks to me like Hanyu's bad cooking, when she still was bad at cooking anyway, is genetic. Summer is dangerous if you don't let the heat in, was a favorite phrase of hers. She would cook steaks until they were rock hard, and even when she made fish, she turned half their insides to ash. Remind me never to take this woman's cooking. Even Sadako was better than that. At least she knew how hot to cook things. And when I learned how to cook from Hanyu and started to make things better than my mother, she must not have been happy. It tasted terrible too. No presentation either. If Mion decided to have a bento contest and I only had this, I'd end up in last place. But there was no club in this world, so I didn't have to worry about that. Sadako's happy laughter not being directed at me made me feel less sad. Suddenly, our eyes met. Did my feelings get through? 3, 2, 1. Sadako burst out of her seat and glared at me.
さっきからジロジロと何見てんのよ。何か文句あんなら直接言ったら？
Okay, I didn't think it was gonna be a reaction that she'd like, but good God, Sadako, you don't have to be that mean about it.
文句なんかないです。
やめなよ、さとこ。たまたま目が合っただけじゃないか。
たまたまじゃないもん。ずーっとジロジロ見てんの。気持ち悪いったらありゃしない。
Sadako and her friends began whispering amongst themselves while looking at me. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could easily imagine them enjoying themselves.
ごめんなさいです。ジロジロ見ないです。そうしてよね。せっかくのクリームコロッケの味が落ちちゃうもん。
Hit below the belt, why don't you? I angled my desk a little so that I couldn't see Sadako and the others. At first, I called this world's Sadako cold, but it looked like I was mistaken. This world's Sadako either didn't like me, or outright hated me. And the other kids close to my age seemed to have formed a community around her. Didn't think I'd ever find myself in a world where Sadako, of all people, would be the alpha bitch of the school. Now there's a plot twist I didn't see coming. With no place for me in it. So they all hated me too. The hardened, ash-like steak tasted of salt. Why did I have to feel this sad and lonely when I ate? Because you were reckless in traffic. In all the other worlds, all the club members would be enjoying lunch together. Sako would be there, and Reina, and Meion, and Keiichi. Everyone would be having fun, and spending their break cheerfully and noisily. That was when Reina came over and peered into my bento box.
リカちゃんのお弁当はハンバーグとほうれん草なんだね。おいしそう。
You don't have to lie. I know how inedible it looks, especially considering who made it. It was clear that Reina had come over to try and comfort my distress. And for some reason, that was frustrating, so I didn't want to answer her. When I stayed silent, she held out an octopus-shaped sausage in front of me. I'll take it. Fuck it.
そのほうれん草の海苔巻きとタコさん交換しよう。ね。
Reina, trying to be nice as I ate lunch alone, hated by my classmates. I just couldn't accept it. I suddenly said I was going to wash my hands, then left. And in a bathroom stall, I covered my face with toilet paper and cried. Oh. The tears soaked through the paper and crinkled it up, but I didn't care. Oops. Get out of there. This was fine. It was better if I didn't have friends in this world. Your tears tell me a different story, Rika. I had plenty of friends in the one I need to return to. There, even Sako was my irreplaceable best friend. And all the club members, who would never leave me alone during lunch hour, were waiting for me. Why would I be sad that some Sako I didn't know was being mean to me in a world I didn't care about? Because that's just how you feel? Why would I be? But, despite the lies I told myself, I couldn't stop crying for a while. I decided to steel my resolve and wait for school to end. Then I'd run back home, say I was going out to play, and sneak into the ritual implement storehouse again. That was the only way I could get back to my original world. I had to try and do my best for that purpose alone. Okay. I looked into the mirror in the bathroom to see a face red from crying. If Chie saw me like this, things would probably get even more complicated. I washed my face, then spent the rest of lunch break quietly in a corner of the classroom. After school, I literally dashed out of the building. It would be a huge pain if I ended up caught in the rush of the other classmates as they headed out to go play. I think Saoshi called after me, but I ignored him. I'm not sure we should be ignoring him right now. Could be important. He was probably just trying to apologize for his sister about what happened during lunch. We won't know until we hear him out. I didn't care about that. I think you should. I didn't want to stay in this horrible world a second more than I needed to. I ran full speed back to the house, ignored my mother when she asked, as usual, if I had any homework, and searched for a lantern. Then I told her I was going out to play, and without waiting for a response, burst out of the house. Then I went around the shrine and looked for my father. I saw a note hanging on the assembly hall that said there was a shrine association meeting. I could hear my father's voice amidst the light-hearted chatter. It was the same opportunity I had yesterday. Today, I'd have to be careful not to let on that I was inside. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up the tree I'd gotten the hang of yesterday. I just had a thought. Assuming that this fragment that we're looking for is actually in the village, what if it's in the underground bomb shelter underneath the Sonozaki estate? That might be another place worth looking in, right? I've been scared of the height before, but I wasn't afraid any longer, probably because I cried my eyes out and resolved myself during lunch. What I really had to be afraid of wasn't heights, or my parents, or the cold-hearted Sadako. It was not being able to return to my original world. The next scariest thing would be losing contact with Hanyu, I think. In the darkness of the storehouse, I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. You know, now that I think about it, besides the underground bomb shelter underneath the Sonozaki estate and the Sonozaki estate itself, we never actually explored any estate in any of the previous stories involving the Kimiyoshi family, did we? Wait. Well, actually, wait. No, that little shed that construction minister's kid was kept in during chapter 4. I think that belonged to the Sonozaki family. So, never mind. But if I'm remembering right, we never actually got any opportunity to actually check out any estate with the Kimiyoshi family in the village itself, right? Maybe that could be another place we could probably look. We could probably consider looking at if it's an item that's in the village. Just start from the most obvious places where a fragment could possibly be, as far as any I don't know, sacred items to the village. What if the fragment is taking the form of a sacred object to the village itself? If that's the case, then it would make sense then to start looking in the places where sacred objects are likely to be stored, yeah? So there is the ritual storehouse, then there's the Sonozaki estate in its entirety, from the surface, and then the underground bomb shelter, and then there should be the Kimiyoshi estate too, right? So why not check out all those places and then just work down from there? In the darkness of the storehouse, I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. Its weak glow seemed a little more energetic than yesterday. Maybe if she rested, a little of her power would come back. If only. Somehow I don't think it's going to be easy. That easy. Nevertheless, it was still weak. If I wasted it on fruitless conversation, the light might go out entirely. I firmly squashed down the desire to check and make sure I could still call her and turn on the lantern. It was time to go treasure hunting. Was there anything around? Anything only I could feel? Something that felt the same as this crystal ball. Somewhere. I closed my eyes, honed my senses, and hoped. But all I heard were the cries of cicadas. I hadn't expected anything else. It looked like this would be a tough nut to crack. Certainly tougher than this can of seltzer water.
甘いか。
Searching the entire storehouse. How much time would that take? I didn't want to imagine it. But I had to do it, or I couldn't go home. I'd do it systematically. Start in the corner and go in order. Without knowing what it looked like, I'd start in the corner and go from there, not even letting water past. And despite all that, I had no proof it was even in here. It felt like it would be easier to just fight Takano and the mountain dogs again. No dice, huh? Not surprised, but still. I hope you're right.
前と同じくらいの大きさの声に聞こえますのです。
つまり相変わらず弱々しくしか届かないということね。こんな無駄話は不要ね。
いいえ、今の理科には無駄話も必要と思いますです。
かもね。ありがとう。こちらから話すわね。細工伝を自分なりに散々漁ったつもり。でもさっぱりだわ。1週間くらいは探してみたつもりだけど、何しろ探しているものの形がわからないんだもの。
Searching that whole place for about a week is probably about as thorough as one could get, I suppose.
仮に見つけていたとしても、私は気づかずに放置しているかもしれない。正直辛いわ。せめて形だけでも分かれば、あるいは細具殿の中にあるという保証でもあれば、ずっとここに閉じこもっていると頭がどうにかなってしまいそうよ。
You haven't actually been in here for a whole week straight, have you? Then you'd be dead without any water. The human body could at most go for 3 whole days without any water.
わかります。とても辛い探し物だと思いますです。僕もせめてかけらの姿がわからないかいろいろ頑張ってますのです。
それで何か分かった？
かけらは理科の世界では思いと解釈されていますのです。
Feelings.
その思いが何かに宿る形でかけらとなっているのです。
理屈はわかるけど、だからって何のヒントにもならないわね。
Well, I think I might have an idea. What if the reason we can't find the fragment is because the fragment hasn't been made manifest yet, and the only way we'd be able to manifest it is dependent entirely on our feelings? Maybe that's where she's going with this. So, in other words, assuming I'm on the right train of thought here, we basically need to actually make our own key in order to get out of here, or rather let Hanyu come in. But the question then becomes, how exactly would we use our feelings to manifest a fragment?
それからそのかけらをこちらの世界に戻す方法なのですが、おそらくそちらの世界での形を失えば良いのではないかと思いますです。
形を失うって何？壊せってこと？
それも完全な形でなのです。
Okay, smashing I can do.
人の世からなくなることで神の世に送ることができるのです。
Actually, I got a better idea. What if I just make a really, really, really big and powerful bomb, and I just blow up the whole damn village, and the object in question gets vaporized in the process, and then once that happens, I can summon you here, and then we can get the hell out of here.
質量保存の法則って知ってる？
I'm a genius! Rika, you and I need to figure out how to make a bomb.
完全に物を消すなんて不可能よ。
いえ、ですから形を壊せばいいのです。わかりますか、リカ？古来から人が神に物を送る方法の中でそれを満たす方法がありますのですよ。
そうか。わかったわ。
A way ancients sent tributes to the gods. A way to get rid of something from the human world. Come on, a bomb would be much more practical.
焼けってことね。焼いて灰にして天に送る。
I mean, a bomb, especially depending on how powerful it is, could burn something to ash instantly, and also be sent into the sky instantly.
そうです。焼いて灰にすることで形は失われて意味を失い、人の世から消え去りますのです。
なるほど。かけらが宿る何かを焼いて灰にしろってのね。その何かが簡単に燃やせるものであることを祈るわ。岩だった火には溶鉱炉にでも放り込まなきゃならなくなるわね。
Or you could get Chris Redfield and have him punch it into a boiling lake of lava.
実はリカ、そのかけらが宿るのが ものではなく人である可能性もありますのです。
Oh shit. That could be a problem. Because if I could just get everybody out of the village, I could blow up the bomb with no problem. But if it's a person I got reduced to ashes, then we'd have to basically commit murder, wouldn't we? Huh. That's awkward.
なるほど。かけらは思いなんだもんね。物に宿るばかりってわけじゃないかもね。でも羽生、仮に人だったらどうするの？まさか焼いて灰にしろって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
人の意味は命の形が失われた時点で失われます。
そりゃそうよね。死体はもはや人じゃないわ。ってことは、もしかけらが宿っているのが人。
I believed until now I've been searching for an object, but maybe it doesn't even have to be that. If the fragment resides in if the fragment is actually residing in a person, then what's stopping me from being the fragment? Would I basically have, if I'm the fragment, then couldn't I just off myself then in that case? No, they couldn't possibly be going for that, could they? Well, if it's... Hanyu needs to be present in order to reverse time, and in order to reverse time, and in order to save Rika's life every time she dies, and send her soul careening to a new vessel in a new world. But if she's not in the world itself when she dies, would she not be able to move fast enough in order to do that? I'm just trying to think. How small of a window does Hanyu have to work with here in order to reverse time and save Rika's soul each time she dies? I don't think it's ever been told to us just how small that window actually is. I think it's probably pointless for me to speculate on this particular theory right now, since I have no way of knowing if the fragment is even in Rika herself. So I'll just ignore this for now. I believed until now I've been searching for an object, but maybe it doesn't even have to be that. I have no problem burning an object. But if it wasn't an object, but a person.
嫌な話ね。この世界、どういうわけか嫌な想像に限って当たるのよ。
僕もそうでないことを祈るしかないです。
嫌な想像は大抵当たる。お逆手にとって先にそれを探るのも手ね。仮に人だったらやっぱりお社様に縁の近い人。
はい、おそらくは。
それが私自身という可能性は。
Okay, I guess we're entertaining the theory that could be you already then.
いえ、ないです。
Okay, and why is that?
リカ自身が僕を拒むかけらだったなら、こうして僕と話すこともできないはずなのです。
Oh. That makes sense, actually. So I just had a really stupid idea right from the start. Okay.
となれば
I can accept that.
次はフルデ神社神主の父かフルデ家の血を継ぐ母かもしそうだったらぶっ殺せばいいってわけね
My human morality refused the idea of killing my parents. But that was nothing a world-crossing witch needed to think about. For someone with a true world somewhere else, this was a false world. Meaning it was the same as a dream. Try telling that to the residents within the dream. I wonder how they'd feel about that. Murdering someone in a dream was no different from doing it in a delusion or daydream. There was nothing to consider about committing the sin in this world. Hanyu was making sad ow-ow noises, so I told her how I felt.
偽善しゃぶるのはやめてならあんたは元の世界へ帰るのは諦めてもいいって言うのねあんたは卑怯よ手を汚す決断を私にだけさせて自分の手は汚さないっていうつもり罪を誰か一人にかぶせれば他はみんな罪にまみれずに済んで好都合私はちょうどいい人柱ってわけね
I felt those words were a little harsh on Hanyu. For a short while, she remained silent, not saying anything. But her breathing made it sound like she wanted to say something, but was hesitating.
私は元の世界に帰りたいレナがどこかの世界で言ったわ幸せになるにはどこまでの努力が許されるんだろうってね私はその努力に限界なんてないって思った
But Keiichi changed that. There's no limit to effort. But you have to talk to a lot of people to get their advice on whether your efforts are misplaced or not. That's why I was talking about with Hanyu, the only one who shared my current situation. And Hanyu said that if the object possessing the fragment was a person, I had to kill them. I would want to avoid that, of course, if there were any other way. But if she said that was the only way, then I wouldn't hesitate. That was all. Could you really stand to dirty your hands like that just to achieve your own personal happiness, though? You can call the people in this world akin to a dream or delusion all you like, but I think deep down even you realize that's a load of BS. At the end of the day, you'll still end up killing somebody, denying them their happiness, so to speak, all for the sake of achieving your own. Is that really any way to really achieve what you want? With a clear conscience and all?
僕も元の世界に帰りたいのです。
そうね私もよ
かけらが宿っているのが人でないことを祈ってます。
祈ってて私も祈ってるわあと謝るわきついことを言い過ぎたあんたにできることはヒント探しと私が挫折しないよう士気を保つことくらいなのよね自らの手で鍵を探せないもどかしさを理解してなかったわ
I just had a thought. What if the fragment is actually in possession of one of the club members? I wonder if Rika would be able to kill any of them then.
せめてリカの心が疲れてしまわないよう、僕にはこうしてお話をしていたわってあげることしかできませんのです。
ありがとう。あんたとするヨタ話がこの世界では一番楽しいわ。悪夢がその間だけ冷めるような感じ。
I see. I sort of understood why she said chatting could be important. Hanyu was the only one I could talk to from my original world. If I lose contact with Hanyu, maybe my very connection to that world would weaken, and my memories would blur. And that would simply give birth to a miserable, broken-hearted girl, living a delusion that this world wasn't the one she belonged in.
私に任せなさい。必ずあんたと一緒にあの世界へ帰るわ。だからあんたも引き続き何かヒントを集めて。私も何か進展があったらまたあんたに連絡するわ。
わかりましたです。リカ、しっかりファイトオーなのですよ。
おう。
Yay! I couldn't hear Hanyu anymore. The crystal ball's light had grown weaker than ever. But as long as it had its otherworldly glow, then I could keep believing this wasn't the world I was supposed to live in. Before, I might have shed a tear or two by now. But all the tears I could cry had dried up. I gripped the crystal ball tightly, savoring the cheer Hanyu had given me. Do your best. Go for it. Yay. I moved over to a spot of a pile of old documents. If it could interfere with Hanyu, it had to be related to the legends of Orishiro-sama. So maybe, I thought, a clue could be written in one of the documents in that pile. Well, I could definitely understand that line of reasoning for sure. It's worth a shot, I guess. Maybe even if the thing I searched for wasn't in here, I could find a clue to it instead. I took a few documents from the pile and packed them into the knapsack I brought with me. You better make sure that your parents don't find those, whatever you do. I could read some, but I couldn't understand any of the others. If something important was in one of the indecipherable ones, I would have no way of knowing. But I shouldn't think about that right now. I pulled out the few documents I could read and decided to read them in secret at school and in bed. As I went in and out of the storehouse, the chances of my parents finding out increased. In that sense, this would lower that risk, which made it a little easier for me. Maybe parents did understand their children best, and would be the first ones to help them. But that was when they were normal, and not a witch like me. If their daughter started babbling about not being from this world, they'd probably tie her down and summon a noisy ambulance. If I were a little more cunning, I could flatter my parents and put the work in to make this world a little more bearable. But the more I thought about this world not being the one I lived in, the more apathetic I felt towards interacting with those who were here. That was probably why it seemed like I was being more and more isolated in class. Of course, maybe you could say that was my own fault. That was the kind of world this was at the moment that I arrived. I won't dare let anyone say that this is my fault. Of course, not a single person could tell the difference between Rika Furude and me anyway. I wonder about that. Who is me? The me that isn't Rika Furude. Who is she? I came around to a quiet, electronic beep. I looked at my watch and noticed it was already evening. Being in here made me lose track of time. The other day I was out way past curfew and was scolded for a long time. The alarm on my watch was to prevent that. Letting my relationship with my parents grow any worse would make everything else more troublesome. I should call it quits for today. With practiced motions, I climbed the bundle of chains and headed through the exit in the roof. Okay, so she could climb through the chains. That's good. With the chains. Glad we got the exit strategy all squared away at the very least. When I returned to the main house, surrounded by the cries of the Higurashi that I'd grown completely tired of, Mommy Dearest was there to wag her finger at me. There was a tightly packed case of beer near the front door, and 3 bottles of wine. Okay, I was totally off about my prediction here. The beer case was probably for a drinking party at the Shrine's Assembly Hall or something. My father didn't drink beer because he liked it, so I knew it had to be for the assembly hall. They delivered it here before the party so he could chill it beforehand to the assembly hall refrigerator. You're gonna sneak off with one of the wine bottles, aren't you? And the wine probably belonged to my father. My father enjoys Western spirits, and wine most of all. And wine, at the same time, was something I enjoyed as well. Before, after my parents had died in 1981, I'd gotten wine by bringing it from the main house, but my parents were alive in this world, so I couldn't do that. I stared at the bottles longingly as I tried to open the door, receiving the clack of its lock in response. I took a key from my pocket, unlocked the door, went in, and saw a note addressed to me right upon entering. Is it from Mommy Dearest, scolding me? It was from my mother. Yes, it's from the mother. The note said an accident had suddenly occurred at the Kimiyoshi house, and they'd gone out to help with a memorial service. Accident? Memorial service? Did somebody die? They'd be late coming back, and so on and so forth. Written as a postscript was a notice that the brewer would be bringing alcohol, and to take inside the front door once I got back for them. I see. That must have been referring to all this. If the person had come while I was here, I could have told them to put it inside. But I couldn't bear to see them outside like this. Put here before I got back. And it would be a pain if my mother started rambling about me being inconsiderate later. I made a sour face, not caring who saw, and pulled the case of beer through the front door. Next, I stood before the wine bottles and solidified my thoughts. You better do a good job of disposing the evidence if you're going to go through with this. That's all I'm going to say. Because God help you if your parents find out you were drinking wine. Couldn't there have been a slip-up of the order? It was a brewery in a small village. If my father called to say he'd ordered one more bottle, they'd probably bring over another one without a second thought. So what would it matter if one of these disappeared? I always dilute it before drinking, so I'd be able to enjoy one bottle of wine for a pretty long time. Despite being in the entrance, I belatedly looked around, grabbed the bottle, ran into my room, then pushed it into the winter futon in my closet that I wouldn't use for a while. Actually, my parents live here too, so I won't have many chances to drink. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, ice, a corkscrew, and a carton of orange juice, then ran back into my room. I put the corkscrew on the wine bottle and was overwhelmed with the urge to wet my tongue with the nostalgic flavor as soon as I could. How was I supposed to survive in this world without enjoying a good wine? Like I said, you better do a damn good job disposing the evidence. And hopefully they don't show up while you're inebriated too. I poured some into the glass, and just listening to the orange juice splashing in to fill it up made my mouth water like a dog. Ow, wow. If I dilute it this much, it'll look just like orange juice from the outside. But it was a nostalgic flavor that belonged to my world. At one time, this had been the flavor of my tears of defeat, shed for the unbreakable June of 1983. But now, even those tears of defeat felt sweet and tender. Those dead-end worlds were very painful. But I was still surrounded by my kind friends. I had the leeway to choose to surrender to Takano and continue lazily living in that infinite loop. But even that warmth was absent in this world. This made a week now since I came here. With no prospects of returning to my previous world, I'd resolved myself to staying here for a long time. But a week in, it had already driven me to drink. It'll be fine. Those worlds have driven me to the same state. And I still managed, lazily doing my best as I soaked in wine, right? Not the entire time, though. That's the problem. I needed to be released from this Rika Furude quickly. Nobody in this world would understand that, even if I explained it. That meant I had no allies here. If I told someone, they'd think I'd gone crazy. But considering this world's Rika Furude, that was only natural. This world's Rika Furude was a dour girl without a single friend. And one day, she'd been hit by a ball in the schoolyard and started saying she didn't belong in this world. If that big doctor, Yamamoto, heard about this, he'd probably make a huge fuss about the impact having caused brain damage. Sadako broke my brain! But that would make the most sense to the people who lived here. Actually, no, it wasn't Sadako that broke my brain. It was that car that ran me over that broke my brain. It flattened my head. It flattened my head, you know. And everyone saw it. It's about as much brain damage as a person could get, really. At the very least, until I arrived, Rika Furude was Rika Furude, the correct being for this world. Maybe it was more appropriate to say that one day, I, someone different from this world's Rika, appeared, then took over Rika's body. Sounds Kind of reminds me a little bit about how the Ryun work a little. Right. Am I not Rika Furude? Well, no. This world's Rika Furude was this world's Rika Furude, a different being than me. I'd simply been intercepting her as being the same as me, even when I was in different worlds. Until now. When I thought about that, leaving aside whether I'd been living happily, I felt like I'd done something bad to this world's Rika Furude. Of course, it was too late to apologize now, and I couldn't give this body back to her anymore. If there was a way to apologize, it would be to acknowledge this world's Rika Furude as a being of her own. Maybe you should try doing that for everyone else in this world while you're at it, before you consider killing them. Because if I called myself Rika Furude, the girl who already existed would vanish from this life. Which meant the only way to apologize was to not call myself Rika Furude. Well, that had been bothering me for a long time. I've long felt that my young self, pampered as the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama, and my old self, who had awakened and traveled countless worlds, had different personalities. But if I thought of them not as personalities, but as different beings entirely, right now, I was no longer Rika Furude. Who am I? I stared vacantly at the wine bottle. Did I like this brand? My father always loved to drink this wine. As a result, I borrowed it in countless worlds, and I love to drink it even now. Like father, like daughter. Right now, I couldn't even be lazy without borrowing the power of alcohol, and this wine comforted me, just a little. You know you're in a real low point in your life when you can't even afford to be lazy without being drunk first. That's just sad. At this point, I couldn't go on living without this wine. So, in other words, I wasn't alive, but the wine was. Hey, wine bottle. Can you tell me what the fragment looks like? Which meant I wasn't Rika Furude, and that I was the wine. I stared at the Western letters of the brand name written on the wine label, which I didn't know how to pronounce, and thought to myself that it was the name of me. Jack Daniel! No, wait, no, that's just beer. Never mind. My name is Rika Furude. No, not that. But this Bernkastel. Hey! Bernkastel! Like Fredrika Bernkastel. Wait, is that the name of the wine? So, there's an interesting little tidbit. Apparently, we've been getting philosophical quotes this entire time from a woman named after a wine brand. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll ask my father. You sure you want to ask your father about wine bottles? That might raise some red flags for him. Just so you know, Rika. Wine of the drunks. What is your wisdom? Exactly. And hey, in certain situations, people also call it liquid courage. Frederica Bernkastel. Whatever. What a silly name that is. My thoughts began to slur and muddle. You know, now that I think about it, I think this is the first time ever that I've ever heard anybody actually mention the name in dialogue in the story proper up to this point. My thoughts began to slur and muddle. Cheers to the shithole of a world. Cheers, bitches! Remember all the poems? In chapter 7, it opened with a poem, but then Rika repeated it to Keiichi. Yeah, I remember. So, yeah, Furude Rika, Frederica. Oh, I think I see the genius behind the name now. You've opened my third eye, Liz 25. And I'm gonna close it with some more drink, along with Rika, or rather Frederica. It's called a compliment. You give those to people when you want to express gratitude for things that you do for them. Or did your mom not teach you those? Mama? As I thanked my mother and patted her shoulders, I brushed her head. It was all a show, of course. If she had the same power inside her as Hanyu, then by touching her like this, I'd be able to sense it, even if it was feeble. If I did feel that power from my mother, could I kill her on the spot? Okay, Mom, I'm gonna need you to hold still for a second while I grab this frying pan. I wouldn't hesitate to kill, but I couldn't say I wouldn't hesitate right here and now. But yeah, that's why Rika just added Frederica to Bernkastel. Well, hey, I'm perfectly fine with well, I thought I heard something just now. And now I've lost my train of thought. Fuck. So, yeah. Okay, let me okay. That's why Rika just added Frederica to Bernkastel. I'm pretty sure I already said I've already declared Frederica Bernkastel to be the name of a wine or something, right? The name of the I'll just call her the wine girl from now on. Fuck it. Frederica Bernkastel is the wine girl, giving us wisdom from wine in the form of poetry. Okay, I just read this. Because I would rather she not have that power inside her. And at the same time, I was uneasy about what to do next if she didn't. My mother laughed like it tickled, but contrary to what she thought, I was carefully checking if I needed to kill her. Oh, God. Even in context, this sounds so bad. Holy shit. Unnecessarily added EX to TBH. That's cool. The Witch of Wine and Poems. Yep, that's the title I think I'm gonna give for Frederica from now on. Frederica Bernkastel, the Witch of Wine and Poems. Forever passing on wisdom from the wine to us mere mortals.
ありがとう。気持ちは十分伝わったからもう許して。
I could probably also call her Wine Mommy as another nickname. Just to give her a more saucy nickname. My mother told me that it was enough, smiling in a way that was not as dissatisfied as her words implied. Even about being so scrupulous about touching her, I couldn't feel any trace of the power. She does not have the power! Fuck. My mother wasn't the one who held the fragment. And I'd already felt my father's head. It wasn't him either. If it wasn't either of the two people closest to the legendary Shirasama, then it was improbable that the fragment was in a person. It was a happy thing, not having to kill anyone. But that meant that one of my clues was now meaningless. We are now well and truly clueless. Such is our lot in life. That said, even though the possibility was unlikely, I'd still have to touch the heads of the other people in the village every chance I got, just to make sure. And now here I am picturing Rika going around town on a bright sunny day, just randomly poking the heads of every person that she passes by. Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? She probably poked the head of random dogs too, if there happened to be any present as well, just to be sure that it's not an animal. And I could hear Hanyu in the background nervously going "Now, wow, wow," because she feels a. I thought I heard something again. Anyway, and then I could hear Hanyu in the background going "Now, wow, wow" nervously because she feels the peril that the dogs could possibly be under. And for some reason, it makes her fear for her own life, too, because, in a way, you could say that Hanyu is a dog, too, as well. And if any dog were to be threatened by Rika, it'd be almost like an indirect way of saying, okay, you know what, the more I talk, the more this doesn't make sense to me. Fuck it, I'm being too stupid even for my sorry brain to figure out. So, you know what? I'm just gonna shut up now before I really say something truly incomprehensible, even for me. Maybe I'm just tired. Oh god, I thought it was some added monologue in the background added to Rika's father's conference. No, it's just you playing the stream on your computer. Ah. Yeah, it's cool. Didn't think that'd get picked up, though, so sorry about that. Oh, speaking of devices, I need to plug something in before it dies on me. There we go. And while I'm at it, I'll do that for this one, too. All right, there we go. I've been at this for about 4 hours, so even though I want to keep going to at least the 5-hour mark, I'm going to cut things about half an hour earlier than that, because I need to make sure that I have dinner for myself at a reasonable hour. It's starting to get a little bit late for me. So about half an hour from now, I'm going to bring today's stream to a close. Realized when I heard the very clear I have the power. Yeah, I'm monitoring the stream through I'm monitoring the stream through my phone here to make sure that audio for my mic and everything is coming through nice and clear. I don't really have a second monitor or anything like that set up here, so I have to basically think outside the box a bit in order to make sure that everything's running smoothly. So that's likely what you heard. I had my phone near my lap. So, yeah. I just moved it over here, so hopefully you guys won't be able to pick that up. But yeah, I gotta make sure that everything's working all right somehow, so that way in case something does go wrong, I'll be able to notice it almost immediately. That said, even though the possibility was unlikely, I'd still have to touch the heads of the... Oh, I just read this. And at the same time, I had to continue my deciphering the pile of documents in the ritual implement storehouse. Whichever I was supposed to choose, the labor of reading through that entire mountain, or the sin of killing someone, I was going to need much more than a little time. I had lost track of how many mornings it had been since I drifted to this world. Gajillions and jillions of mornings later. And this morning was frustratingly the same as the last world, the one I knew. They said next Sunday was the Watanagashi festival. This was the first time I didn't care whatsoever about it. For Hinamizawa, facing total eviction by next year, this would be their very last festival. They were apparently planning to put on a magnificent show to end things with. My normal world responsibility performing a dedication dance as the last survivor of the Furude family didn't exist in this world either. Still, I wasn't expected to simply go off and have fun. They would have helped me with things that kids could help with, like giving out boiled rice and answering the phone. I'd gotten used to going to school alone, too. When I went to the school with Sadako, it was always a lively morning, with us running and failing everywhere. But that, too, was beginning to feel like a memory of the distant past. With several days already behind me, and my mind settled, I stopped crying about small memories like that. Everything I did was for the sake of returning to my original world. I might curse the trouble I was taking, but I would never cry again. So even when I met Sadako at the school gate and said good morning, only to be bluntly ignored like always, it didn't make me sad. The real Sadako was an incomparable friend of mine. Even if a fake Sadako ignored me, it wouldn't hurt me inside anymore. Miyana wasn't outright cold like Sadako was, but she didn't seem to think of me as any more than one of her many classmates. Reina seemed like she was actually trying to talk to me. But that was because I was isolated. She was acting out of a kind of pity, and it seemed sadder to accept that. You really should. I don't think it would really hurt to accept it in this case, considering this is Reina we're talking about. So I started acting nastily to Reina's unwanted attention. Never mind! After just a few exchanges like that, she realized I didn't want her doing this and stopped bothering me. I think you're just making some of the same mistakes all over again that led you to disaster in a lot of the previous worlds, Rika. Like, look, I get everything is radically different from before, but I mean, I don't think you need to completely isolate yourself like this, you know. Being all alone wasn't sad anymore. It was only natural I'd be alone as an outsider to this false world. In fact, the less annoying acquaintances I needed, the easier it was for me. That's right. Easier. When I started feeling that way, even if nobody talked to me during lunch, nobody invited me to eat with them, nobody asked me to play after school, I was totally okay with it. With so few students in the classroom, if I took out a book not related to the class, Chie would confiscate it right away. I probably wouldn't be able to read the old documents while she was teaching. So all I could do was wrap them in covers made from flipping over leaflets and folding them, and spend my free time at school pretending I was reading a regular book. We weren't allowed to bring comics to school, but the unspoken agreement was that you could read novels as long as you didn't do it during class. If I could just ignore the hustle and bustle, lunch break was the time I could focus the most. Somewhere in those countless worlds, there was a time when I got bored with my daily life and read a lot of old documents. Thanks to that, I knew the gist of their contents. I just hoped there was a clue somewhere in them about the fragment rejecting Hanyu from this world. It had been raining since midday. All my classmates had stayed in the classroom for break, venting their pent-up energy indoors. Thanks to that, it was a bothersome, loud, and uncomfortable day for me. Sadako, not now. At the same time as those words, my old document was taken from me. And there was Sadako's face, smiling evilly. Sadako looked at the old document she'd stolen from me with disgust. Well, someone as ignorant as Sadako had no way to understand it. I learned how to read classical Japanese from my father, and even I had to go over each line several times to figure it out. Of course, for Sadako, it wasn't about what it said. She seemed more amused at how unsanitary it looked, with dirty letters written on the dirty paper. But even if it was nothing more than a filthy book to her, to me it was something that could hold a clue. When I tried to snatch it back, she threw it to another friend, as though she'd seen the attempt coming miles away. Sadako, you don't want to do this. You really don't. You don't know the dragon that you're poking right now. For all you know, if you piss Rika off enough, especially given her current mindset right now and how she's looking at you in particular, I would not be surprised in the slightest if she just took one of these nearby desks or chairs or something and just started beating you silly with it in retaliation. The girl who caught it threw it to another kid. And that kid, after his face scrunched up at the filth being given to him, grinned like an idiot and threw it to someone else. Oh, Mion, don't tell me you're getting in on this shit too. Several of my classmates threw it amongst themselves whenever I chased after it, teasing me. At some point, Mion had joined their circle, and it turned into a classroom-wide bullying. Today wasn't the first time this had happened. Actually, maybe before I came here, it was always like this. Hey, Satoshi... Your little sister is being a little shit right now. I mean, isn't it your job to discipline her over this crap? Where the hell are you? Even in a classroom of just 10 people, an order existed, and so did cliques. Cliques, excuse me. Belonging to none, and not wanting to, I was the weakling in the room. And thus, clearly the one who it was okay to torment. Raina was the only one who said they should stop, but nobody listened to her. My classmates wanted to fool around, and they probably wanted to tell her that I was the only toy in the room, so why shouldn't they play with her during lunch break? But in the last few days, it had left heartwarming territory and moved into aggravating territory. This Sadako clearly treated me with spite. When I thought about it now, the accident with the ball in the schoolyard that brought me into this world. She'd obviously been aiming for Rika, who had just been standing there in the yard. Was Sadako always this oblivious to the pain of others? She understood people's pain best, because even though she said mean things, she'd been through the worst of anyone. Well, maybe that's the problem. This Sadako in particular hasn't been through the worst of everyone. And thus she never had that very important character arc to help her gain some perspective on things. I see. In this world, Sadako's parents were alive, and the villagers didn't torment her. In other words, she hadn't been through the worst of anyone. Personality isn't wholly determined from birth. It's also something cultivated over many events and experiences. Nurture, not nature. With all her lucky dice rolls, this is how Sadako's personality had turned out in this world. In other words, this Sadako was only the same on the outside, but a completely different person from my best friend on the inside. Once I understood that, the sadness of Sadako tormenting me disappeared. And in its place, she began to look like a horrible brat just getting in the way of my haste to return to my original world. Don't bother me. I don't care what any of you do in this lunatic world. But I'm desperately working to return to my original one, so stay out of my way! The old document made its way back to Sadako again. This time, Sadako started teasing me, waving it around and saying to come get it. She held her nose and made a sour face like she was holding up something filthy, earning laughs and jeers from the rest of the class. I went straight for Sadako, and of course, she threw it to the next one in line. She must have thought it would make me go over there next. But I didn't care about where the document was. Instead, I charged straight at Sadako. You reap what you sow, Sadi. I tucked my nails into the bases of my fingers and clenched my fist. I decided this was the fastest method to explain how important this was, make her understand, and prevent any reprisals, all in a very short period of time. I swung my right fist at Sadako's face. The tip of my fist plowed into her face below her left eye, leaving an imprint that wouldn't soon disappear. I promptly grabbed a clump of her hair and pushed her to the floor, then took a nearby chair and raised it over my head before smashing it into her a few times. Jesus, I was just joking about grabbing a chair or a desk. I didn't mean to actually do it. Good on you, though, for listening to me. That'll teach her. Sadako didn't know what had just happened. Confused by sudden violence, she just curled up like a turtle. It looked a little crazy, hitting her with a chair like this, but it wouldn't hurt her very badly. You sure about that? Look, I commend you for standing up to your bullies here, but I mean, let's be real here. A chair would hurt just about anybody. I raised the chair, then slammed it down over the top of Sadako's upper body. Exactly as if to hold her to the ground. You said early on that Rika would take revenge for the ball to the head. Yeah, it looks like I was right. I actually thought you saw the Rika hitting Sadako with the chair meme because of how specific you was. Wait, that's a meme? Is that actually a meme? Seriously, is it a meme? Did I actually just predict a meme without even realizing it? It is? Holy shit! Oh, wow! Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up now. Hold on a second. Higurashi, when they cry, Sadako, chair, meme. Oh my god, yeah, it looks, yep, I see it. I'm seeing some of the meme videos on YouTube. Oh dear. Oh my god. Wow. Oh god. Oh yes, from the anime. Yeah, you did mention earlier that this arc and Saikoroshi were based on a 2.5 season from the anime, right? Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I gotta see. Okay, I got a clip here of the scene. I'm just gonna see it real fast. Give me just a minute. Give me just a minute. I'll even turn up the volume on this thing here. Okay, you know what? I gotta see. Okay, I got a clip here of the Oh yes, it's the same scene. Uh-oh. Now that's a nasty look. Oh, God! Holy shit! Oh, God almighty! Holy fuck! Okay, I think I've seen enough. Yeah, it's even worse in the anime clip I just watched. Go figure, right? That the animated version would be worse than the purely dialogue-based version. Who would have thunk it? Oh, that was great. That was great. Okay, that's enough of that for now. I should get through this scene. I'm kind of running out of time anyway, so I should get through this. I raised the chair, then slammed it down over the top of Saiko's. I'm picturing what I just saw in the clip. Fuck. Exactly, is it to hold her to the ground? I lifted my foot above the chair and stopped I like I was hammering in a nail.
サトコ、あんた少しうるさい。私の親友と同じ顔してるから、ちょっと多めに見てきたけど。いい加減、あんたのその甲高い声にもイラついてきたわ。以後、私の半径1メートル以内に入ったら、言い訳なしで即ぶん殴るから、そのつもりでよろしく。聞いてる？
I stomped on the chair again, and finally saw an expression of fear arrive on Sadako's face. I knew this was the best answer. When given the chance, I had to give it to her straight. But it made me mad. I was the last one in the world who wanted to see Sadako looking like that. I was the one who was forcing her to make that expression. It made me sick. But it was fine in the end. This Sadako wasn't the one I knew after all. No, you're just the evil doppelganger. But you shaved your mustache, your evil curly mustache, so it's perfectly fine if I beat you to a pulp. And one day I'd leave this world for sure. Even if I killed her on the spot, it wouldn't have anything to do with the Sadako of my world. That's why it didn't hurt inside at all, seeing her look at me so terrified. Were you just saying just a second ago how this hurt you on the inside?
ほら、リカちゃんの本を返してあげて。はい、リカちゃん。
Reina plucked a document from a bewildered classmate and returned it to me.
だからもう、さとこちゃんを許してあげて。
There will be no forgiveness.
少しやりすぎだよ。
On the contrary, I think it was actually only slightly disproportionate. Slightly.
なら、私の大切な本を奪って、貴重な読書の時間の邪魔をするのは、大してやりすぎではない。
Hey, Mion/Shion, give that fingernail tool for the paint job. Hey now, don't give Rika any ideas.
そういう意味じゃなくて。
当事者じゃないなら引っ込んでて。私はこれを取り戻せて満足よ。
I kicked the chair over, indicating to Sako that she had been released. But even that action made her so scared that she was frozen in place. I didn't waste time going back to my own seat. Where the hell is Chi? Then Sako began to bawl shamelessly, and Saoshi ran over, making a big overprotective fuss about the nurse's office and line. Where the fuck were you? Why didn't you step in and set her straight? Fucking pussy? The noise quickly reached the faculty room, and Chie and the principal soon burst in.
大丈夫ですか、さとこさん。これはあざになるかもしれませんね。
Just a bruise?
サトシ君、保健室へ連れて行って休ませてください。
I just watched the clip! It's gonna leave more than just a bruise, I can tell you that much!
私は山本先生を呼んできます。
While Chi was talking, the principal must have asked Mion what had happened in the classroom. Mion spoke to him in hushed tones, glancing my way. She was probably saying she had no part in this. Nasty Mion might say that. She didn't betray my expectation. The principal came over to me and told me to come with him to the principal's office. This usually happens when a bullied child happens to bully back. A side effect of the bullying, perhaps. No, that's just the regular useless school bureaucracy in action for you. I was seriously fed up with everything, but my goal had only been to scare Sadako off from bothering me ever again. Now that I'd done that, I decided I needed to calm the situation down. After being brought to the principal's office, he kept asking me why I punched Sadako, and lectured me that violence was never the answer. Big disagreement with you there, buddy. Sometimes violence is the only answer, especially when dealing with an aggressor that will never, under any circumstances, stop trying to destroy you unless you answer with violence in kind. There are people like that in this world that will not stop trying to destroy you. It's just a fact of life. Pacifism isn't always the answer. But regarding her taking my book and tormenting me, he admitted she was at fault, and I felt a little relieved.
これはなかなか難しい本であるな。フルデ君の家の書物かね?
Oh shit! You're not gonna inform my folks about the papers, are you?
まあ、そんなところなのです。
わしも古文は嫌いではないが、これはなかなかに難読だ。君には読めるのかね?
読めなきゃ読みませんです。
それは道理である。どういう内容のことが書いてあるのか、少し校長先生にも教えてくれんかね?
Probably some how to on using some torture instruments. I assume. Maybe there's something about an Iron Maiden in there. His behavior wasn't one out of interest in the book, so much as an act dripping with pity, like he wanted to ease the mind of someone alienated and bullied in class a little. Accepting that would do nothing but further amplify my current unhappiness.
別に友達なんか欲しくないし、校長先生に友達になっても欲しくありません。もういいのですか? 私はその続きを一刻も早く読み進めたいのです。
フルデ君、読書もいいが、たまには友達に混じって遊ぶのもいいこととは思わんかね?
Play with all these little shits that was either just bullying me or doing absolutely nothing to stop the bullying. How fucking retarded are you, man? I've got nobody. Literally nobody!
私の友達は別の遠い場所にいます。ここにはいないので興味ないです。
その手痛まないかね。
え？ああ。
I didn't realize it until the principal pointed it out. I must have scraped the skin on my hand when I punched Sadako as hard as I could. Ooh, punched her hard enough to even scrape skin on yourself. Damn. It's not like Rika even tried to resolve it without violence. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, you do have a point. And why is it that you have nobody? Because you're alienating yourself. Well, she is, rather. I'm just simply pointing out here that even if it is her fault that she's got no friends right now, and I have been saying that on and off throughout this whole thing, I'm not ignoring that at all. I'm just simply pointing out the current reality right now, and I think that is indeed a factual statement to make. I don't have any friends right now, regardless of the circumstances as to why that is. The fact of the matter is, I don't have any actual friends. So, I mean, I can't play with any friends because I don't have any. That's not an incorrect statement, regardless as to why that is. A little bit of blood was seeping from my right fist.
保健室に山本先生が来てるから、行って手当てをしてもらいなさい。
そうします。
フルデ君、学校は勉強をするだけのところじゃない。友達を作るところでもあるぞ。少しそこを肝に。
失礼しますです。ペコリ。
Well, it sounds like Rika was alone before Bernkastel took her body. Yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah, you know what? No, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So, it's not like it's really her fault at all anyway. So, ignore a huge portion of that tirade I just went on. Anyway, 5 a.m. going to sleep. Good night, Liz25. I hope you sleep well, and it was good seeing you as always. I'm going to be finishing the stream myself here in just a bit, so yeah, I'll see you next time. So good night, Liz. So yeah, I'm just going to finish this scene right here, and then I will just bring it to a close for tonight. So let's get this over with. I got 8. So I didn't have any this world's principal wasn't the principal who was allowed to lecture me. So I didn't have any desire to listen. On my way to the nurse's office, I passed the classroom. I met eyes with several students inside, but they immediately looked away. Maybe this will work out. I'm more comfortable with them being scared than teasing me. When I went into the nurse's office, the doctor was putting a big piece of absorbent cotton under Sadako's eye. I hope it bleeds! Chie, who was with her, looked at me, then walked over with a scary look on her face.
さあ2人とも聡子さんはご本を取ってごめんなさいと古出さんは殴ってごめんなさいと互いに謝りなさい
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that I beat her to a pulp with a chair? Is the punch the only thing that matters to you? Okay, that's fine. If I can get off on a lesser charge, so be it. With how Reina is acting, I don't see how Rika isn't without any fault. We're acting AF as the Rika she took over was the perfect human being. Well, I'm not saying she's not without any fault, but it's not like as though as Eastbian01 pointed out here, it's not like as though the Rika that we knew ended up entering this world here, being the sole person responsible for this Rika's problems. Because it looks like this Rika already had these problems well before our Rika ended up showing up. So even though our Rika is currently making things worse for herself right now, it's not like as though she laid the groundwork herself to set all that in motion. Does that make any sense? Oh no, I meant both Rikas. Oh, okay, I gotcha. It's fine if you just call me Espen. All right, I'll be sure to do that from now on. It certainly makes it easier for me, so fine by me. But yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and get through this scene. Sadako, who'd been scared and weak in the face of the sudden violence earlier, must have calmed down, since she now looked dejected. She looked like it didn't make sense to her. How she was only teasing me a little, and then I suddenly went crazy for no reason and hit her. If she was like that, there was no way I would apologize first. Of course, I had no due to apologize either, so I wouldn't apologize first.
ほら、二人とも。お互い謝らないならいつまでもこのままですよ。
Chie yelled at us. Clearly making a sour face, I held my bleeding fist out to Yamamoto.
出血してるじゃないかね。座りなさい。消毒しよう。
二人とも先生の言うことが聞けませんか？謝りなさい。
I sensed that if we kept making Chie mad, she might tell us to stay after school. What did she think this was? Like hell I'd let some school I don't care about do their little lecturing nonsense at me. Every second of every minute is precious. I can't waste a single one. Once I understood that, I was the first to act. As Yamamoto disinfected the wound, I smoothly gave her my apology.
北条さん、殴ったりしてごめんなさい。
Stuff being the thorough thrashing with the chair, of course. Even I was appalled at how insincere my apology was. Chie probably felt the same way, but she at least appreciated the words.
ほら、フルデさんは謝りましたよ。さとこさんも謝りなさい。ご本を取っていたずらしてすみませんでした。
Well, at least we're both being very honest in a way with our dislike of each other. Sadako's own apology was no less disingenuous than mine. I glared straight into Sadako's eyes, warning her never to bother me again. But Sadako was in her rebellious phase. It would take a lot more than that to make her wince. I would think that getting beaten senseless with a chair would knock sense into most bullies. But after I remembered everything that Shion put her through in chapters 3 and 5, I guess it makes sense that it would take more than just a beating from a chair in order to do some serious damage to her spirit. She's tougher than she looks. Okay. She returned my glare in kind, as if to say she'd get me back next time. Get me back with what? I can always beat you with 2 chairs, you know. Chie sighed, unable to do much about her insincere apologies. And then the bell signaling the end of lunch break rang.
ではさとこさん、教室に戻りましょう。フルデさんも手当てが終わったらすぐに戻ってくるように。
Chie followed Sadako and left the nurse's office. I didn't give him so much as a glance and just held my right hand out to Yamamoto. The stinging pain of the disinfectant was somehow weak. The hand receiving treatment didn't even feel like my hand. I suppose it wouldn't. Dual wielding chairs, let's go! Hell yeah! And just for rule of cool, let's set them on fire first. It's Rika Furude's hand. Not mine.
みんな今年で学校がおしまいになってしまうのが寂しいんだな。君もだろ？
別に
My,
そういうわけじゃない。
I'm not feeling very lonely lonely right now, to be honest. My bloodlust has been sated.
住み慣れた故郷が湖底に沈むんだ。悲しくないわけがないよ。君たちの気持ちもよくわかるさ。
Do we really have to do this now? That must have been Yamamoto's interpretation of the strained atmosphere in the classroom. If he was convinced of that, then maybe it was fine. It didn't matter to me.
君だってちょっと前までは友達がいっぱいいた。でもたまたま君と特に仲がいい友達がみんな揃って転校しちゃったんだよな。君が突然一人ぼっちになってしまった寂しい気持ちはわしもよくわかる。
Oh, is that what happened to this world's Rika? All the people that she actually got along with basically transferred out of Hinamizawa before we came to this world?
仲の良かった友達ですか。
So yeah, previous Rika that probably rejected everyone who tried to help, and the current Rika that rejects everyone who would try to help. Okay, good night. Oh, never mind. Well, whenever you decide to head to bed, it's cool. I'll get through this whole thing. I'll get through this thing sooner or later. But regardless, yeah, sleep well, man. Don't let yourself get sleep deprived on my count.
ほら、富田君や岡村君たちさ。いっつも仲良しの男子たちと一緒にいたじゃないか。君はこう一点で随分可愛がられていたと思うけど。
I see. Even Rika Furude had friends for a while in this world. And thanks to a stroke of bad luck, they all transferred out together and left her behind.
でも、友達は彼らだけじゃないんじゃないかね。寂しい気持ちもわかるし、来年までの仲かもしれないけど、クラスの他のことも友達になって楽しくやっていった方が君にとってもいいんじゃないかい？
Oh, I see where this is going now. We're going to make friends with all the people who've been bullying us, right?
別に親しくなりたくなんかないし。
And we're going to keep working at it together, with our teeth clenched and our knuckles bloodied, until we closely resemble the friends that I was forced to leave behind with my careless bike riding in traffic.
私の本当の友達はあなたの言う通り遠くへ行ってしまったわ。
Having my cousin christening and leaving in like 7 hours. Oh!
とても遠くへね。
Well then, yeah, you should definitely make sure you're rested for that then.
私はそこへ帰りたいだけ。
リカちゃんはいつからそんな大人びた話し方をするようになったのかね？
うん。まあ、気分です。
先日、君がボールを頭にぶつけて気絶した一件以来、心配してるんだよ。
I don't know how close this Yamamoto man was to Rika Furude, nor how much of her he knew. But judging from his words, he seemed to be the kind of adult who understood children's feelings. Just like Irie in the previous world.
あのボールが当たった時、多分フルデリカは死んだと思うんです。
あれくらいで死んでたらドッジボールもできないよ。じゃああれで死んでたんなら君は亡者ということなのかね？
Yeah, I'm a zombie. A wine zombie. Possessed by the wine witch, Frederica Bernkastel. Passing on wisdom of the wine. Yamamoto laughed a little, but not completely to tease me. So yeah, I would probably stay if not for that. Then seriously, man, just go ahead and catch some Z's. I don't want you to turn yourself into a zombie on my count. This stream will be here if you want, if for any parts that you might have missed. It's cool. So please get some sleep. Wait, did I read that last part? Yamamoto laughed a little, but not completely to tease me. It was just to urge me further along. So Yamamoto wasn't just a doctor at the nurse's office, but a mental counselor for students at susceptible age. It looked like he wasn't Irie's replacement for nothing. For some reason, I felt like opening up a little to him. Maybe it was because he didn't exist in the world I knew. Right now, everyone who was in the world I knew, no matter who it was, made me uncomfortable. That's why I felt like opening up specifically to someone who wasn't in that world. After all, Yamamoto probably thought I was just a girl hitting puberty. Whatever nonsense I spouted, he would nod and agree.
私、山本たちの知ってるフルデリカじゃないんです。
それはどういうことだね。じゃあ君は誰なのかな。
Frederica Bernkastel, wine connoisseur extraordinaire.
とりあえずベルンカステルって名乗ることにしました。フルデリカって名乗ったらこの体の本来の持ち主に悪いので。
See? I'm the wine connoisseur extraordinaire.
ベルン
Passing wisdom of the wine.
横文字かい。まるで宇宙人みたいだね。
Funny you should say that. Me being a space alien and all that, because if you look real closely at my genealogy...
君はどこから来たんだい？
別の世界からです。例えるなら、イフの世界。同じひなみ沢だけど、歴史や成り立ちが全く違う世界。この世界では、ダム計画が決定して、村人の立ち退きが決まっているけれど、ダム計画に村人が結束して立ち上がり、計画を打倒する。そして、ダム計画は無期限に凍結された。そういう世界から来ました。
では君の来たひなみ沢はダム湖には沈まないわけか。
そうです。昭和58年の後もずっと。
いいひなみ沢だね。わしもこの土地をとても気に入ってるから、立ち退きは本当は心苦しい。だから君の来たという世界のひなみ沢に憧れるよ。その世界のひなみ沢をもう少しわしに教えてくれんかね。
The first step in counseling was to agree to whatever absurd story the patient came out with. If I didn't know that piece of trivia, I might have teared up at Yamamoto telling me to continue. But I couldn't resist the temptation to keep going. He encouraged me, and I kept talking. In that world, there was a big protest movement we called the Dam Conflict, and it took years for them to withdraw the proposal. And through that conflict, the villagers came together. Everyone got along. All the students were friends, and we even had transfer students come in from outside of the village. And we made a club where we would play games, with Mion as the president. And while Sadako was very unfortunate, she was good friends with me. And then...
さとこちゃんがかわいそうだな。なんでさとこちゃんが村中からいじめられなくちゃいけないんだい？みんな幸せな世界なんだから。さとこちゃんにも意地悪しないで幸せの輪に入れてあげなよ。
Yeah, well, Granny Oryu made that difficult.
別に意地悪で言ってるわけじゃないわ。私の世界ではそうというだけの話よ。それにこの世界の聡子よりは辛い運命をたどるかもしれないけど、その聡子は私の一番の友達で、他に比べるものなどない唯一無二の親友だから、この世界の聡子の顔が余計に腹が立つの。
その君の本当の親友と同じ顔で君に意地悪をするのが許せない？
そう。
Yamamoto heaved a heavy sigh and stared out the window with his arms folded. It looked like the rain outside had let up somewhat, but it was still drizzling. After keeping silence for a few moments, Yamamoto spoke up.
つまりここは君の世界じゃないということかい？
そうです。私は元の世界に帰らなければならない。ここは私の世界じゃないんですから。
確かにそんな楽しいひなみざわなら一刻も早く元の世界に帰りたいよな。
Come on, man.
でも帰る方法はあるのかね？
あります。でも探すのはとても大変です。
ほう、そりゃどんな方法だい？
多分このひなみざわのどこかにかけらが落ちています。そのかけらのせいで私を元の世界に戻す力を持ったいえ、お社様がこの世界へ来られないのです。
お社様って古出神社に祀られてるあの神様のお社様？
説明すると長いですが、そんなところです。私は彼女と一緒にあまたの世界を巡ってきました。この世界はその結果に漂着した世界の一つでしかありません。だから彼女が来てくれればすぐにでも出ていくつもり。
急に話が大きくなったね。つまり君はお社様と一緒にこの世界へ来たわけだ。ところが君をこの世界から連れ出せるお社様がどういうわけかこの世界に入れない。つまり君は船が漂流してしまって取り残されたようなものということかね。
This is as good an analogy as any, I'd say.
平たく言うとそういうことです。彼女をこちらに呼びたくてもそれを見つけ出して焼いてしまわないと私は元の世界。
そのかけらというのはどこにあるんだい？
If I knew that, I wouldn't be here.
どこかにあるの。かけらは重い。だからそれが宿る何か、どんな形をしているものに宿っているのかわからないし、宿っているのがものという保証もない。人間に宿っているのかもしれない。何もわからないんです。
君はものだったら焼くと言ったね。
Relax, I'm not gonna burn somebody.
人だったらどうするんだい？
羽生は人の場合なら殺すことで同じ意味を持つと言ってる。かけらを宿すのが人間でないことを祈ってるわ。
その羽生というのは誰だい？
You're revealing a bit too much, I think, Rika.
新しい登場人物だね。
ああ、お社様の別名よ。むしろ羽生が本名。お社様なんて名前は後世の村人の誰かがつけた適当な名前じゃない？
なるほど。それが君の読んでいた本に書いてあったのかな？
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
Yamamoto's arms remained folded, and he groaned in thought. Another silence settled, with rain being the only audible sound. Maybe I'd gotten nervous. I knew it wouldn't solve anything to talk about it, but I did it anyway. Yamamoto is probably wondering if something was wrong with my brain. Probably. I could guess that by looking at his complicated expression.
そのかけらは見つかりそうかい？
わからないわ。羽生に干渉する力なのだから、お社様にゆかりのある何かにヒントがあるんじゃないかと思って古文書を読んでいるところ、探し物のヒントを探してる。そんな状態ね。
そうか。見つかるといいね。でもそれが人だったら君はどうするんだい？
Well, I'll cross that potential bridge to burn when I come to it.
まさか本当に殺しちゃう気なのかね？
そういう風に聞かれると返答に困るけど、それしか元の世界に戻る方法がないなら、どうせ私の世界から見ればこの世界は妄想や白チュームと同じ。誰が死んだって私の世界では生きてるし関係ないもの。
なるほどなるほど。でもちょっと待ちなさい。君にとってこの世界は夢の中なのかもしれないが、
Hey, I was just
私にとってはここは自分の世界でね。
I was just making this exact same argument earlier.
たとえ誰であっても殺されちゃ困る。
理屈は分かってるし、私も人殺しなんてせずに帰れるならそれに越したことはないわ。
話題を戻そう。君に元の世界への帰り方を教えてくれるその羽生はどうやって君にそれを伝えるんだい？お告げみたいなものがあるのかい？それとも夢枕に立つ？
Fucking hell. I really do not want to do this, but I really gotta get going, so I don't want to have to leave the things here mid-scene, but we're gonna have to save this for another time. Again, I really gotta get going. So I'm certainly very intrigued by this arc's events so far, but I don't really think I have much of an idea as to where this fragment. Well, the only thing I can think of is if it is indeed tied to feelings, she's got to manifest a fragment herself, probably by forming friendships and close bonds with the people in this world. That's probably where they're going with this. That's probably how she needs to make the fragment manifest. And if that's indeed what they're setting up here, then I think we all know it's probably going to involve the club members of this world somehow. But past that, I don't really have much of anything else to go on here as far as what's going on or how Rika could really solve her current predicament. But regardless, it's certainly got my attention. It's fine. The anime and the manga had this arc about 3 times the length of the pool party section. But I have a feeling that with the pace you're on, you'll finish this in next stream. Well, that's the thing. You never really know for sure with commentary added and all that. It might be possible it might go on for 2 more streams. You never really know for sure. So that's just one thing we'll have to wait and see. By the way, should I share the suggestion for manga in general or media section in Discord? Yeah, you can do it there, for sure. So, yeah, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and end things now, and I guess next week, I'll try to see if I can host a stream for this next week, and we will continue immediately right where we left off here at this scene. So, for everybody who tuned in today, I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. I most certainly did. I definitely got a few unexpected laughs here and there, especially me learning about the Sadako chair meme. That was just gold for me. Just comedy gold. I had no idea that meme even existed. before someone pointed it out to me. And I... just wow. Everything about me referencing the meme and me learning about it, before me referencing the meme without even realizing it, is just... Holy shit. All I can say is holy shit. What are the fucking odds? Seriously. So, yeah. I wish you all a pleasant day or evening or whatever part of the world that you're in. Have a fantastic day. Take good care of yourselves. Sleep well, eat well, don't get sick. And I'll see you all next time. Take care and good night.